The awkward silence in the wait.
It's only awkward when someone says it is.
Oh, damn. Roasted.
Mm-hmm.
Boom!
Yeah,
Roast!
That's the first one. That's the first win of the evening.
Yep. Crap. This is going to be foreshadowing the rest of the evening. It's all downhill from here.
Uh-oh.
Normally I'd join in with the casual chit chat, but I'm so annoyed at DoorDash not delivering my food. I've been on hold for 15 minutes now. 18 minutes.
Wow, I didn't even know that was possible. Ooh.
Oh, there's lecture film. There we go. Vaush, Vaush.
Vaush.
There we go.
Vaush.
Vaush.
Vonk.
Vashushi. Mr. Lecture Fam.
Don't
Yo,
take it
what's
too
up?
far, man.
Perfect. Although you did sound like you're using the wrong mic.
Let me check. I might be.
Can you change about that?
It could totally just be my headphones.
Okay, mic check. Does that sound better?
Perfect. There we go. Okay, everyone's good. Dylan's about to unmute and introduce you all to the show. Thank you very much for joining us, everyone. Have a good night. You can reach me by DMs if you need anything. Take care.
See you, buddy.
Thank you. How did I fuck this up so bad? How did I fuck this up so bad? Oh my god. Oh my god. Who does it? What?
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 Yep.
What?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hi. Yeah.
Wonderful. Happy to hear it. Okay, how are you all doing today?
Beautifully.
I'm
Happy
vibing.
to hear it. Happy to hear it. Okay, so I want to welcome you all to the HippyDippy Roundtable. I believe this is the 47th episode. We've been doing this for over a year now. Happy to have you all here. I'm going to go through the rules, have you all introduce yourselves, and just vibe for a little bit as we do that. First off, I want to say that next week, we're going to, for everybody watching at home, we're going to be having a sponsorship, which I'm super excited for. So be looking out for that specifically. It's going to be for Conflict of Nations. So please be looking for that at home. Very excited for that. And for everybody who's already subscribed or going to subscribe today, I thank you in advance. Okay, so welcome to the HippyDippy Roundtable. Before I have anybody introduce themselves, let me lay out the rules for you. The first rule, of course, is that you do not violate Twitch terms of service. That means no racial slurs, anything like that, or anything that could be conceived as a threat of violence. So let's say that you really want to talk to CounterPoints about what you want to do in the alleyway after stream. Please do that in a private call afterwards, not here. Here, we got to make sure that we can keep a source of income for all of us, okay? That's the first rule. The second rule is when I'm talking, no one else is talking. I'm a law and order moderator, and you're all my rioters that I need to keep in line. Okay, so please, for the love of God, do not talk while I'm talking. And the main reason why is because I'm not trying to give my opinion. I'm just trying to moderate to make sure that it's not too chaotic and everybody gets to chime in. Now, my third rule, and this is something I think everybody here who's been here before is familiar with, is I know that not everybody is used to a panel format or sharing the stage with these many people, and it can be difficult to get your way in. And so I have something for people who are getting adjusted. If you raise your hand, I will write your name down and make sure that eventually, now you're gonna have to wait because
nice.
I want to let the flow of conversation to happen. Vaush,
Yes.
mute yourself.
You myself.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What did I say?
Yeah, you were talking when I was talking. Gotcha. Okay. So after if you raise your hand, I'll write your name down and make sure that eventually we get over to you in the flow of conversation. So if you're getting adjusted to this, don't worry, we have some stuff to help you. During the intros and outros of each topic, you'll have a short period of time uninterrupted where you can give your opinion and your opinion at the end as well. The middle will be open format. And the last thing is, I will not make you a nice person. It's not my time. It's not my job to make you a good person, but I will say that you do get more flies with honey than vinegar. And so that's just a piece of advice from me. Always be nice. Make sugar your favorite spice. Oh, and one last thing, and this is a rule that is for my program. Due to just how people interact, there'll be no attack in anybody's immutable characteristics. So you're not going to go after like, hey, I don't like you because you're this race. I also hold that for religion as well. Unless it's a religious conversation, you're not going to be going after somebody because they're Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, anything like that. If it's a religious conversation, you get into religious tenets, even though I doubt that's going to happen today. Then that's the thing. And the last thing is we will address people by how they want to be addressed. This is to help the flow of conversation, and also to not get banned on Twitch. So no like going out here purposely misgendering people to be an asshole. If you want to do that off this program, that's your business, not mine, but this will not happen on my program. Does everybody understand the rules or have any questions? Got it.
Yep.
Oh, you did you have a question or?
No question.
Wonderful. Okay. So I'm going to allow everybody to introduce themselves. We're going to, as always, start in the top left-hand corner with Brant.
Yo, my name is Brant. I run a Twitch channel called Brant for Liberty. We are a small up-and-coming crowdsourced media site. We basically cover anything and everything current events-wise that's happening throughout the country and abroad. I do from time to time inject my subjective, but we do like to tote the line of objective-based facts and logic. I look forward to a spirited debate. I like the new faces that I'm seeing in here. Great to see all the previous debaters that we've had in the past. And I'm just looking forward to a spirited debate. Let's go.
Happy to have you on, Brant. Next is going
Thank
to be
you.
Connor.
Yeah, hi guys. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named CounterPoints. I am a Marine veteran, a law enforcement veteran. I identify as centrist or center right. I like fighting in all directions, which is why you probably see me on panels a decent chunk of the time. Thank you for having me, Dylan. Very excited. And I also want to shout out RGR. Thank you for coming back. You've been a missed voice in this space, so I appreciate you coming back onto the scene. Thank you kindly.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Wow, look at that. Friendship. We'll see how long that lasts. Next, we're going to throw it on to a new guest, the Hake.
Oh, sorry, chat.
Well, the Hake Show.
Hey, I'm James Hake of the Hake Report. I am an expert for the Jesse Lee Peterson show. You may see me on the Jesse Lee Peterson radio show Monday through Friday. And then right after his show, I'm on his network. I'm a host of the Hake Report. I talk religion and politics. And I'm happy to be on the HippyDippy Roundtable.
Happy to have you. I already got your name show wrong, so it's off to a great start with calling it the Hake Show. But I would also like to say thank you for coming on. Happy to have a new face. You'll be an amazing guest. And we're going to throw it over to Lecture Fan.
What's up? I'm Lecture Fan. I'm a practicing attorney. I do commercial litigation. I've been streaming politics on Twitch since 2015. Love talking politics. I am a conservative, traditional conservative, all the way around. Social, fiscal, foreign policy, whole 9 yards. Excited to be here.
Happy to have you back, Lecture. I saw you on the Montana radio programs too. You're getting into those.
Yes, I am guest hosting a statewide political talk radio show as well now.
That's pretty cool.
Thanks to Twitch, by the way. So yeah.
Throwing this over now to Lonerbox.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I'm a leftist. I make video essays on YouTube. I live stream on Twitch, and I occasionally tweet on twitter.com.
That last one is a mistake. Now we're going to throw it over to Lumiru.
Hi, I'm Lumiru. I use they, them pronouns, and I talk about gender, men's liberation, and I talk about gender and all other sorts of things as an intersectional feminist. So you can find me at twitch.tv/Lumiru or anywhere else, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Twitch, Lumiru, LUV. Excited to be here, excited to have the conversations, and let's keep it cozy.
Wonderful. We love it when it's cozy. Now we're going to throw it over to Riley.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Riley Grace Rochong. I am a dual JD Masters in Public Policy student. I've done a lot of content talking about policy, especially as it intersects with some progressive issues. I've taken a bit of a break recently to focus on schooling and to figure out what exactly I want to do with my platform. but I want to start getting back into streaming because I'm really passionate about these issues and I like talking to people. So thanks for having me.
Would also like to throw out there that she has a wonderful article in Maryland Matters about trans panic defense, and I recommend you all go read it. It'll apply to your state as well, promise you. And I'm now going to throw it over to Vaush for the last intro.
Yeah, my name is Vaush. I'm a Bloodborne speedrunner. Keeping in with the themes of this game, I am also experiencing rapid mental degeneration, which is why I sometimes say things when other people are talking during panels. I'll chalk it up to that. Anyway, nice and cold over here in Washington, so happy to warm myself by the lantern with you fine people. Thank you.
Would that mental degeneration also explain your Skyrim take?
No, that was made cohesively when I first
sure.
played Skyrim many years ago because I'm not an infant who claps when keys jingle in front of his face.
I understand, sir. So you're going to be muted a lot today. So we're going to now go into the first topic of the day, which is going to be the Rittenhouse trial. Obviously, I know this is a divisive issue, so I'm just going to ask everybody to heed some caution when trying to engage with others on this, because I will mute people if you do not like quiet down when I start talking, or and I will use it liberally. We're being law and order today, okay? So we're going to start this time in the bottom right hand corner with the person who was just talking, Vaush Vidya.
Yeah, first of all, more like Shittenhouse. Happy to get that one out there. I think that, so the trial right now is going over a number of charges. What we're mostly looking at here is the self-defense claim, which I'm not a legal expert. It seems like the self-defense claim that he has towards the homicide charges is legit. The circumstances of the killings are such that he would be that he'll get let off on that. There are some other charges he might catch, but that's what people are really paying attention to. But I think that the conversation here on whether or not what he did legally falls under the definition of self-defense isn't really the pointed issue to me. It's more about the cultural forces that would lead somebody like him to not only feel it's necessary to, but actually go out and essentially act as a right-wing militia during a civil rights protest under the, the guise or perceived intent of defending property. It's a symptom of a disease, a broader cultural issue that extends well past the legal definition of self-defense.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Riley.
So, are we talking about just anything having to do with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, or is there anything specific you want to focus on?
You can interpret the question however you want.
Okay, so I guess going a little bit off of what Vaush was talking about, I would disagree that this doesn't have to do with the legal issues. Something that's been very troubling to me just watching, because there are criticisms that you could raise about some of the decisions that the trial judge has made. For example, like there was a ruling that they could not refer to the people who Kyle had killed as victims, but that if the prosecution laid, or if the defense laid the proper evidence, that they could refer to them as rioters or looters. It's weird to specify that they could do the alternative. It's not necessarily unheard of to rule in that kind of way. It usually has to do with like a 403 evidentiary ruling, but it's weird to specify that they're able to do the alternative. And then other things like, for example, having the court clap or applaud for the expert in the case. Now, granted, it was on Veterans Day, and they were the only veteran in the room, so you could argue, like, well, it's plausible, like, they could do it, but it's still, like, a little weird. That being said, just from what I have seen at the trial and going over it, it seems like a lot of the evidentiary rulings have been reasonable. I haven't seen, like, any major red flags flaring up. I'd be interested in hearing what Lecture Fan has to say on that front, since he also has legal background, but I was talking to Pisco yesterday, and that seemed to be, like, the consensus among us looking at the case so far. But there's a lot of people online who are talking about this as if the case is rigged, and that's troubling, because I want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where just because the case may not go over how we want it to personally, that we start saying that we should not trust the results of the of this. I was going to say of the election. It's very similar in that respect, but trusting the results or the outcome of this case. Appeals will happen, and we should trust that process, but we need to make sure that we still trust the process. I also agree that, like, this does not mean that we can't morally talk about what he did, but I just want to make sure that we're all, like, separating those conversations. I'll leave that there.
Okay, next is going to be Lumi.
All right. I think Vaush already hit the point I'm most concerned on is why did he end up here? What are the social forces there? As well as what are we doing to actually have justice in terms of how do we get our communities towards an area where we're not having these white supremacist militias, and especially in the middle of the time when we do need to be expanding these conversations on racial justice. So those are my primary concerns with this case.
Okay. Also, Lumi, I sent you a DM. I'm going to throw it over to Lonerbox.
Yeah, I'm definitely not swayed by like 90% of the arguments I've seen, especially like on leftist Twitter about the trial being rigged or the fake crying white supremacist sociopath or anything like that. I think the most productive criticism that could be made has already been kind of mentioned, is just that like every role model in Kyle's life convinced him that he was doing the right thing to go there. Like whether it was the person who gave him the gun or the adults from the Facebook group who got him down there, the cops who were giving him water and saying we appreciate you, and then obviously all of the conservative like groups afterwards who were not only like elevating but just like making like a martyr out of him. And I think there's a pretty dangerous precedent in that, of the idea of like letting a 17-year-old walk around with a semi-automatic in the name of defending property. And they kind of know that, like they've said that his behavior during those shootings was like exceptional. Like he let his gun down when someone had their hands up. He only shot people who were attacking him. It looks like he's going to get off in self-defense. And the thing is though, like 9 out of 10 17-year-olds in that situation would have probably just panicked and opened fire into the crowd. Like this isn't the kind of behavior you should be encouraging. And I think especially if we're talking about role models, I think Kyle is like basically like a very misguided child who has been surrounded by very toxic role models who are just giving him all the kinds of reinforcement and elevation that is probably going to set a precedent for other young people to maybe try and do something similar. And we probably won't be as lucky with only 2 dead. We might have 20 next time. So I think that's
Next, we're going to throw it over to Lecture Fan, the first conservative of the program.
Okay, so these are essentially these local crime stories that get blown into national stories because the media and the Democrats think it fits the narrative. There's shootings, there's killings, there's all these things that happen all the time, all across the country. They never get talked about, they never get brought up, except when Democrats in the media thinks it fits their narrative and they think it's a good thing to push. So that's what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse is, oh my gosh, this fits our narrative that there's all these white supremacist militias out there. And so that's why it got turned into a national story, even though there's shootings and there's killings like every day in the United States. We never hear about them. And here we are talking about it first topic. So what's funny, though, is that the trial's actually showing that what the narrative and the Democrat line was completely false, and that Kyle Rittenhouse has been completely slandered and defamed by Democrats and the media throughout this whole thing. And now everybody finally admits, oh, yeah, he's going to get out on self-defense. Well, it's interesting that it takes a trial to prove what the media and the Democrats were pushing as a complete lie. And so this also shows the politicization of our justice system. And it's really sad that a kid like this would get prosecuted here solely because of politics, not because of the facts, not because there is probable cause to believe he committed a crime, just for politics. And Vaush and these other people here are admitting that, yeah, he's innocent. Yeah, he's innocent. But it's still a concern that he was there and stuff. It's like, no, these were rioters literally burning the city to the ground, and it's good. And I mean, frankly, the Democrats don't want the police there actually pushing back against these violent criminal rioters and looters, literally burning the city to the ground. And so somebody, there's nothing wrong with somebody saying, okay, somebody's got to like push back against this criminal activity. This is insane. These people are burning the city to the ground. And the Democrats and the media are saying this is fine. This is justified in the middle of COVID because, racism is a public health crisis too. So don't worry about COVID here or anything. Let's just let this burning and rioting go on. And it's like, come on. You guys never talk about crime until it fits your narrative and you can go around saying white supremacists, militias. It's like, no, it's got nothing to do with that.
Okay, next is going to be the Hake Report. Got it right this time.
Well, I appreciate it. I call him Kyle Jack Bauer, John Wick Rittenhouse. not to glorify violence at all or glorify unjustified violence, really. Because as everybody before me just laid out, he handled himself perfectly once he was on the scene and faced with these criminals attacking him. And I'm just so impressed with him. I think he seems to be an upstanding young man. I know he had a right to own and carry a gun. I don't care what the Wisconsin law says. They call it an illegally purchased gun. The real issue seems like everybody has conceded that he is completely innocent in the killings and the self-defense shooting of that Grosskreutz. I wish the rest in peace to the attackers. I have no ill will towards them, but they really brought that on themselves. They were the vigilantes, not Kyle. And it is a concern that we have politicians, local politicians, who are unwilling to protect the businesses, the innocent people from the terrorists, the insurrectionists. And there was no reason to have a protest over there. That was a completely justified shooting of Jacob Blake. He was out of control. Non-lethal measures did not work. So they had no reason to be out there rioting and looting and terrorizing the city. So it's a shame that it took a young man to handle business there. But I'm glad that thank God he was armed. And thank God that he didn't hurt anybody else. But angels were guiding his aim. And I appreciate him.
Next is going to be CounterPoints.
Wow. This is fucking amazing. All right, I think you guys are going to see why I'm a fucking centrist. Holy shit. So, the way the prosecution has conducted themselves has been pretty fucking bad. I wouldn't mind getting into that with RGR because I literally just had a debate last night with, our good friend Destiny, basically about like procedural rules and whether or not you can introduce information that you kind of know to be bullshit. I think that's something that we can talk about. A question that was asked by a few of the leftist panelists was, what is prompting people to form militias and these civil defense organizations? Well, I would say it would be the public narrative that we've all been dealing with for the past 2 to 3 years, and hopefully we can unpack that. But one of the things that I've been fighting for the past 2 years is let's just defund the police and figure it the fuck out. Well, no. If you slash a police department budget by 10%, or if you encourage them not to enact on behalf of the community, there's going to be a power vacuum. This is how power works. And as a result, you're going to have militias that take to the streets, and you're going to have basically vigilante justice, the way that, not even vigilante justice, vigilante violence, the way that we've seen in this particular incident. Excusing rioting or the conflation between rioting and protest, I think, is part of the problem that let a 17-year-old walk around with a rifle. And then it's weird to me that, like, maybe we can parse this out. I don't have high hopes, but maybe we could parse out, like, why is it that a 17-year-old with a rifle going into a community in order to defend property is morally reprehensible, disgusting even. But, the day he turns 18, we can give him a rifle and he can go to Iraq. And the day he turns 21, we can give him a pistol and he can become a cop. Like, that very clearly the moral impetus that Kyle Rittenhouse had can be used for positive means. It just wasn't used for positive means. Finally, getting to the conservative things, handled himself perfectly. No, absolutely fucking not. Part of the reason why there's 2 dead people and part of the reason why there's a grossly injured person is because he got separated from his group. So he left himself, like, open to be attacked. This would be something that a law enforcement officer or a military member would have known not to do. And as a result of his negligence, he got 2 people killed and 1 person greatly maimed. So no, he didn't handle himself perfectly. I'm happy he got to do the John Wick voodoo after he fucked up by getting separated from his group, but god damn it. And then on top of that, this is my last point, and then I'll yield the floor, is like, this is an opportunity for de-escalation. After these intros, I don't exactly have high hopes for that, because it seems like everybody just wants to repeat the same fucking narratives that got us here in the first place. But I'll leave it for the open, and maybe we can pack some of this shit apart. We'll fucking see.
Okay, so we have one more intro. It's going to be Brent's. But I want to say that what we're going to do, instead of going straight into it, due to, like, how different people look at this situation, we're gonna have people raise their hand, and I'm just gonna choose who starts this off so we can get the ball rolling. So we're gonna have Brant next.
All right, so I guess it's time to piss everybody off. Because I'm going to say some stuff that pisses everyone off here.
Nothing to us.
But
Ready.
yeah, this is in the art of compromise, right? This is in the idea of keeping things in the realm of logic. Okay, so we have a 17-year-old gentleman who is dropped off knowingly by his mother to defend businesses. Is he legally within his right to carry the rifle? Yes. Does he lawfully possess the rifle? No, it's someone else's. He is lawfully having the gun on his persons, which creates a loophole there. Now, we can argue, should he have ever been there? Would I have called him and who I call the patriot private citizen feeling the need to do what the police want to do, they don't want to do? Should we stigmatize them? Not necessarily, but you should judge people that do take the law in their own hands and decide to do things like that. That being said, that does not give the right for an 11 times convicted, we'll just say offender. I don't want to get the show in any trouble here, but an 11 times convicted offender, another person who then not witnessing, but rather adhering to a call for vigilante justice to cranium Kyle, making the same fatal mistake that Rosenbaum did by grabbing at the gun. Does that give them the right to attack the kid? No. Do I believe that self-defense is what we've seen? I think all 3 times were clear, cut and clear moments of self-defense. Where do I think that we should be looking at to fix this from a point of reconciliation? Well, I think we really should look at how the FBI and how all state and local authorities handled the riots. Also, we need to look at the fact that Rosenbaum, a person who was released from a mental ward and then immediately went to go riot, we have to ask the same way we would ask Wendy Rittenhouse, what the hell are you doing dropping your son off at something that is very dangerous, known to be dangerous. And then we have to also ask, who is allowing Rosenbaum to keep doing what he's doing? That is what starts the first domino. That's what kicks all of this off. That's what starts the chase. That's making multiple threats to not just Rittenhouse, but other people in the crowd as well. And so what I'm saying is, in the art of compromise, I think if we were going to go after anyone, it would be a point of reconciliation with law enforcement, and then it would be possibly finding a window of pursuing the fact that Wendy Rittenhouse knowingly leaves her son somewhere. He's a minor. And, you know, that to me is where the avenue of jurisdiction is. Other than that, nobody has the right to attack a minor who is lawfully carrying a gun. And that's what I will end on there.
Okay. So those were the intros. Now we're going to go into an open period. Again, please consider how difficult my job is going to be today when you talk to people. Now, if you want to be the first person to talk, raise your hand and I'll just call on somebody. Okay, Riley was the first, so I'll throw it to Riley.
I want to ask to get this out of the way. Does anyone actually have any issues with the legal matters in this case, or are we all just talking about the moral issues or the other circumstantial issues? I just kind of want to.
I said that's a great point.
Okay, so I'd probably just distract. We could do it one-on-one, but my problem is there's just some information that the prosecution is using in order to try to make their case that I feel goes contradictory to the evidence. And basically the crux of the debate is whether or not defense attorneys or whether or not prosecutors should have the right to basically ignore exculpatory evidence that should, be able to basically exonerate somebody or basically exonerate somebody. Do they have the right to basically just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks? And I think that's one of the main things that libertarians or conservatives have been frustrated about with this case is basically seeing the prosecution just kind of throw shit at the wall.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
So does anyone? All right, hold on. So does anyone else actually have any knowledge about that? I'd be fine to talk about that, but if everyone, I heard everyone talk on this, and it sounds like everyone is talking more about the ethics of what Kyle did.
Well, I would go into an anecdote specifically within the case where there is a moment where the judge and the prosecution are having a back and forth in which the prosecution has mentioned things that multiple times have been cut and clear. Do not bring this up. You will plant a bad seed. It could corrupt the jurors' decision making. And it was about his silence. There were other moments as well where there were basically arguing what color the sky is, pixelation, and trying to explain interpolation to a judge who just knows pinch and zoom, doesn't understand the fact that whenever you have a canvas that is 1920 by 1080 pixels, whenever you are pinching and zooming, you're essentially cutting away pixels to add in pixels in hopes of clarifying an image. Now, whenever the judge asked the prosecution that the burden of proof was on them to prove that there had to be a precise, I guess, rebuttal from their, I believe it was an FBI person who had clarified the image, he could not give that clarity. They knowingly put him up there just so that they could keep talking about the subject. These are episodes of what I consider state malfeasance, and the fact that they'd much rather drum up a bad feeling or a theory for which will get thrown out anyway, but once it's in their brain, it's in their brain. These are all episodes of what I consider a state that is grasping at straws. They want a result. They don't want the correct result. And that's basically my,
So I have a lot to say on that. Wait, hold on. I have a lot to say on that because, so I'm going to begin by saying I don't like the way that the prosecution has been conducting a lot of their case, but also I don't think that the way that they're acting is atypical for how a lot of other prosecutors would act in similar circumstances. This is a situation where the prosecution has bad facts and bad case law. Now, I think that there's a really good criticism of the prosecutor with the Fifth Amendment issue when he commented on his silence. That is inexcusable. The other issue when they were talking about propensity evidence, right? So the comment that Rittenhouse made about like, oh yeah, I wish I would have my rifle so I could be able to shoot at other people. The circumstances where where the prosecutor tried to reintroduce that comment makes it seem like he actually tried to do what the judge wanted them to do, which is usually in those circumstances, or if it's more prejudicial and probative, you have to be able to establish more evidence to be able to demonstrate that it is in fact relevant or more probative than it is prejudicial, or substantially more probative than it's prejudicial, because all relevant evidence is going to be prejudicial to some effect. But in that case, it seems like the prosecutor probably tried to do the best that they could, but they just are dealt bad facts. I wouldn't say that this is an example of prosecutors trying to like act maliciously or whatever. It's just that they're doing the best that they can with bad evidence. You can say that they're not doing a good job, but to make them out to be evil, I think is misleading.
Can I respond to that? Because I think this is kind of my frustration with it. So, like, should prosecutors be able to throw shit at the wall, even if they kind of know it's bad? Should they be able to prejudice a jury as long as they think that they can get away with it without getting slammed too hard? And on top of that, this is kind of my question. I didn't get a direct answer yesterday. You were saying that it's like, oh, it's inexcusable for him to do that. Is this something that, like, I don't know, like fucking first-year law students fucking know? Like, do you think that it was intentional, or was it just a mistake by somebody who has a shitty job? Like, that was kind of my frustration with it.
The Fifth Amendment issue is definitely, so that's something that you're normally going to be taught in like evidence. It's not going to be first year, but it's going to be like second or third year. Usually, so like that is a pretty egregious issue, and I think that is warranted of criticism. But with the other issue, with like the propensity, like the comment about the rifle, right? That seems like an example more. It's where it's like they tried to make it relevant. They tried to do what the judge asked, and the judge didn't buy what they said. I don't hold that as much against the prosecutor because they essentially were trying. You can make an argument that they were trying to give the judge what they wanted. They just didn't do a good enough job. But I wouldn't fault the attorney for trying to do that if that's arguably going to be one of the best pieces of evidence they could get into the case to be able to prove their kind of theory that Kyle is like this. They're trying to like make it into like, oh, Kyle was this evil scheming person beforehand. That would be a really good comment to be able to get in to support their theory.
Well, I have a question really quickly for the eggheads on this panel, the legal nerds. What do we say about the claims that the judge has been a little bit sussy? How do you feel about those claims?
I feel like the judge so like I said it earlier, I feel like the judge has been a little bit sussy. Usually whenever you ask for things like a mistrial or you have issues where you think that the judge is being impartial, usually the question is like, because every judge is probably going to be biased, at least to some degree, right? Like this is just kind of like a matter of the fact we're dealing with the legal system. We're all humans. We try to make the system to account for human error. So what will what probably will happen is that there will be like appeals after the case is decided, and there's going to be like some arguments that based on some things like the judge having everyone clap for the expert, for example, like it's a little sussy. It's a little sussy. But I don't think it rises to the level of being able to throw out like all of his rulings, because a lot of them have seemed at least reasonable.
Do you think that? Because I did see that whole like, do we have any veterans in the room? Oh, hey, it's the defense's next witness. Can we all give her? I did see that. That did seem really weird. I don't know if that would be enough to declare a mistrial. But do you think the? So you don't think that anything's rigged? I don't either. But do you think that there's a good pretense, a good excuse to, at the very least, say that behavior ought to be changed? Is there what can we do about this alleged sussiness?
I don't know. It's hard because like usually what like in a lot of cases where if you have judges who are like this, as an attorney, it's probably in your best interest to just try and like go with what the judge wants to the best of your ability, because ultimately like the judge has a lot of power in these kind of circumstances, right? And it's not like you can make the judge like change their mind, and you can't really like give a judge an order to not be as biased, because like if you try, I don't even know what you would try to do that. But
No, you could try. I don't know if it'd work, but you could try.
But it would make the judge probably like royally pissed off at you, and you never want to piss off the judge. So
Okay.
you can fault like the prosecution for royally pissing off the judge, because that's the last thing that you want to do.
Okay, but can we just admit that this is a?
One second, Connor. 1 second. I want to throw it over to Hake. You tried to speak earlier, and I saw it was stopped. I want to make sure he gets a chance to speak. Hake?
Thank you. What can we do about the fact that I think Lecture Fan said it first? These people, Kyle should never have even been charged with at least most of this stuff, especially the most serious of the crimes, in the first place. But the only reason he was charged, seemingly, in my impression, was because of the lynch mob in the media and on Twitter and elsewhere, and the local government that failed to protect their city. It seems like it reminds me of George Zimmerman. Aren't you supposed to only make a charge against a person if you think that you can win without a reasonable doubt? But they're like ridiculously overcharging these people when the facts are quite clear.
No, I think
No, you can charge. It's not when beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard for the ruling.
No,
of the
it's
case.
purely up
Yeah,
to
I don't
the
know how it
DA.
works, and I don't know how
It's
like.
up to the DA.
I mean, I don't know like I don't know how you guys do it over there.
You
but
go to
like,
500 different counties. It's going to give you 500 different results on how they would pursue these charges.
I don't think it's at all atypical for Rittenhouse to receive the charges that he has. Like part of the legal process is determining innocence as well. If anything, we would be happy that Rittenhouse, even people on the left, the right, everyone, we should be happy that Rittenhouse is getting these charges and a trial following, because the alternative would be essentially lawlessness. You can't claim to be law and order while also throwing out the mechanism by which we determine whether or not a person has actually violated the law, right? If he ends up getting exonerated of these charges, then that's something you should be celebrating. You shouldn't be angry that he was tested to begin with.
No,
Wait, one second. Riley wanted to say something. I'm gonna write Lecture Fan down. Riley Loner, and I'll write Lecture Fan down.
Yeah, I just want to say that like very quickly. All right, so I'm going to make some background appeal, because I used to work in the Attorney General Office of Maryland for their organized crime division, so I have experience with like some degree of like charging. In this kind of case, what we're dealing with, so like it's important to recognize that self-defense is a justification defense. Usually when it's brought up by defense attorneys, it's brought up when you already acknowledge or where you're already basically agreeing that a lot of the material elements of the charges that are being made are already basically met, right? It would be really, really weird to not at least bring the charges against Rittenhouse when it's very clear that like, I don't know, so like if there's like manslaughter, right? So common law manslaughter is like unlawful killing of another, and then mens rea is going to vary, right? We already basically know that those elements are absolutely met, right? So it would be really weird to not put that in front of a trial when we already know that there is a dead body. Isn't it multiple? There's dead body. Kyle did it, and now the matter is just like, did he do it with the requisite mens rea? And also, did he have a justification for doing it? So it would be really, really weird to not at least bring this to trial.
Even though no sane person would convict him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like how you guys do it over there, right? But like over here, if there's a self-defense case, even if it's like fairly clear cut, like if someone dies, it should probably go to trial, like just to, you know, like so the criminal justice system can like confirm that on paper, especially since you're going off camera footage. Like I think it's fairly normal.
How do you know if a person's going to be convicted?
Wait, there was a question to Riley. I just want to make sure she can respond to that.
Yeah, what was the question?
Hake?
Oh, I said even though no sane person would convict this young man.
I wouldn't say that. I think that a reasonable person could come to the conclusion that he. So one of the elements of self-defense, we didn't go over all of them. We can go over all of them if you want to, but one of the elements in common law self-defense is that you. It's also required that you did not create the circumstances where you needed to use deadly force in order to be able to defend yourself. So there's a reasonable argument that could be made that he ended up contributing to creating the circumstances that led to him having to use the deadly force. Now, I'm not saying that like any reasonable person is going to come to that conclusion, but I think that a reasonable jury could.
Also, the point of a trial is to find out the evidence of the case, right? You can't really say whether a person would be convicted before the trial has happened, because that's when the arguments are made for whether or not they should be convicted.
That's not totally true, though, because we have grand juries and shit to figure out whether or not stuff is like worthy enough of going to trial. And then on top of that, yeah, like with this situation in particular, like there is evidence that like Kyle might have had a different mindset. I think we've all seen the CVS footage where he was talking about like, oh, I wish I had my gun because it looks like there's a guy that's armed right there while they're looting the store. While I think that's excusable, a bunch of leftists don't think that it's excusable. They think that that's like, you know, nefarious moral behavior to see people like robbing a store with guns and be like, oh, I wish I could do something about that. But, you know, that could go to the mindset of whether or not he wanted to cause the situation that resulted in other people's deaths. There's still room to be argued.
We can all agree
After Vaush,
that
we're going to lecture fan, by the way.
that court proceedings are a necessary component in finding out whether or not it would be worth it to convict somebody, right? I mean, we don't have all the info. We didn't have all the info after Rittenhouse actually went ahead and killed those folk. We have more info now. That's the point of these trials. It contextualizes things. It adds information. If we don't have these trials, what do we defer entirely to the court of public opinion, where whichever Twitter video goes most viral is the one that'll determine the rest of Rittenhouse's life, you know? We need to be able to defer to some kind of systematized process. The courts are not perfect, but they're sure as hell better than going like, I don't think I'd convict Rittenhouse, so no charges. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Vaush and Lonerbox are wrong. Brandt is correct. When Brandt said you could get 500 different counties and 500 different decisions, that's absolutely correct. It's called prosecutorial discretion. It's a very, very important thing in criminal prosecutions. It's the prosecutor's discretion. That's why prosecutors are elected. In Montana and a lot of other states, county attorneys, they're elected officials. The attorney general is elected. At the federal level, the United States attorneys are appointed by the president. These are political positions because they have a ton of discretion, and so it's called prosecutorial discretion for an absolute reason. And I find it very rich to hear leftists. I find it very rich to hear leftists who are the first to always criticize our criminal justice system as being sort of rigged against the criminal defendant. And you always hear leftists talking about how, the prosecutors and the judge, they're always going to lunch together, they work together all the time, and the whole system is rigged against the criminal defendant, and they're forced into plea deals all the time because it's so expensive and so risky to go to trial, and blah 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 blah. But when it fits our political narrative, now we're going to say, a criminal trial is to find out if they should even be prosecuted. No, it's not. You shouldn't be charging people. That a prosecutor shouldn't be exercising his his prosecutorial discretion to pursuing charges like this and literally potentially ruining somebody's life just by going through the trial, when that discretion clearly should have been exercised to not charge him at all.
Wait, well, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, wait. A protest where a person open carrying ends up killing 2 people. This is a circumstance where you would see charges brought in almost any circumstance. I have never heard of any case that was that lethal, that was that ambiguous, not be given some
It
kind
happens
of
all the time. It happens all the time. It's just not put out as a national story because the Democrats don't want to use it to push their narrative.
Do you have evidence that there's some kind of bias with regards to Rittenhouse, and the only reason charges were brought was because of some kind of lefty?
Yeah, look at how the look at how the prosecution's been acting. And you see, I mean,
Wait, I'm sorry.
it's
Wait, hold on.
obvious. This is happening
Hold
up
on.
and down the justice system. You see this happening all across the justice system. It's not just this one incident.
That didn't answer my question. You can't just say, well, look at how they're acting. Like, I'm pretty sure that with what happened with Rittenhouse, charges were pretty reasonable, you know? If he gets exonerated of some of them, that's good. But it seems like there are some he isn't even going to be, right? Aren't there some things he did, like the crossing the borders, the illegal possession, or possibly reckless endangerment, that there's a decent shot at them getting convicted for? Maybe some more than others? If that's the case, not only were charges warranted, they might end up even being found guilty. How can you say that he shouldn't have gotten any charges at all? Also, you realize that if he'd never gotten any charges, lefties would have thrown a fit, right? If you think BLM burned down cities, oh my God! After Rittenhouse, if he hadn't even gotten charges,
That's exactly. Yeah. So now you're trying to use like this threat of burning down cities to try to get the prosecutor to charge, and then you're saying, oh no, there's no evidence.
I'm saying that there's a legal reason too.
Wait. Okay. We're going to have Vaush respond, but I'm going to throw it to Lumi because Lumi hasn't been able to talk really since the opening. So we're going to have Vaush then Lumi.
Yeah, so there's there's a legal reason too, as I explained, because it seems like some of the charges might be even found guilty. And even then, I think that the charges for which he is exonerated are socially valuable. For two, it's valuable because exoneration from charges is a important social process, you know? People can't magically decide whether or not charges are going to be exonerated or found guilty on beforehand. You need a process for that. And third, civically, yeah, I do think that high publicity cases should go to trial, like all the time. How else are we as a society supposed to arrive at any opinions on the matter outside of the court of public opinion? It's socially valuable. In fact, I'm pretty sure one of the biggest benefits of the right to trial by jury, the system we have of due process, is that it gives everyone a sense of fairness, at least more so than the alternative, when big events like this take place. I mean, this is like a slam dunk. The trial should have happened. And
okay, so everything the left has been saying about the criminal justice system and the problems with their criminal justice system, that's all wrong. Okay.
Do you think you can maybe just address us instead of the imaginary leftists? I mean, you can make a conservative civic case about this. Like, you want to go with responsible gun ownership. Well, if you're a gun carrier, maybe it's good to know that if you kill another citizen, then you should probably have to make your case to the state. I think that's a good precedent to set because it encourages responsible gun ownership. So, but as far as I know, I looked at this a little bit, but as far as I know, it's fairly normal for this to happen.
Lumi?
I just got frustrated because it sounds like Lecture Fan is so determined to make generalizations of the left and not hear what Vaush was saying. So I was popping in to say, no, you're completely misinterpreting what he's saying, but I should have just let Vaush do it. He had it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Lumi.
I wanted to interject on their conversation. That was fine.
1 second, Brant. Connor wanted to go earlier and I stopped him, so I'll go Connor then you, if that's okay. Cool. Connor?
Yeah, so no, I get it. We're all being sober adults. I super appreciate it, actually. I was expecting this to be a fucking shit flagging fest. We can probably get into that pretty soon. But
Law and order.
Wait until we get into wokeness.
Yeah, so the actual court in a public trial is to give us an alternative to the court of public opinion. All right, I think this is completely accurate, but I'm going to pull a fucking Lecture Fan, and I'm going to go, the left has been, tried in the court of public opinion for a fucking year with evidence that has been publicly available for the better part of a year. And even in this panel, we're still using terms like fucking white supremacist fucking militia in order to describe the incidents that fucking unfolded. So this is where the left is, capitalizing on a narrative that isn't substantiated by evidence that we've had for a super long time, and then using it as fucking jet fuel to continue with fucking protests and riots. And that.
Who said white supremacist militia?
Lumi during opening?
Okay, I did, and the reason is my point.
Also, I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitter too, so
You're echoing a tiny bit.
Don't say these people don't exist. We all know they exist.
Okay, but I do think it's good to address people on the panel, of course.
Yeah.
But I did say this, and what I should have probably said is I do think that he is influenced by a lot of the narratives in what we have seen regarding white supremacy. So that's frustrating. I can't say that for sure, but I do think that the case of him being with the white supremacists in the bar drinking is something to be mindful of. When you have a 17-year-old around someone who are blatantly Proud Boys, white supremacists, I think it's dangerous to ignore that reality and try to shut down that conversation, especially when that's right after, wasn't that right after he got out on bail?
Yeah, so can
Is that not a concern?
No.
Why do we have to shut down that conversation?
Yeah, can I address this directly? Because we're jumping between like multiple definitions of white supremacy. If you want to talk about like a highfalutin academic, like white people have set systems up and systemic racism and capitalism and all that kind of shit, you could say that about the fucking Proud Boys. But if you're talking about like ethno-nat, Richard Spencer, Roman saluting fucking people,
Fuentes.
then the fuck or even Fuentes. I don't even think the Proud Boys are Christian nationalists. Then they're like, we're talking about different categories of right wing, different categories of what some people define as white supremacy. And when you say white supremacist, like nobody in the conservative or libertarian movement is thinking like, oh, in an academic sense, they contribute to systemic racism. They're thinking fucking Klan hoods. That's what they're thinking. And then on top of that, normies are thinking that shit too. And that's part of the reason why discourse is so fucking poisoned around these conversations, is because we can't be nuanced. I literally just got called a fascist today. And it's like you don't know what the fuck the word means. Like, all right, anyways, not you, the ambivalent you.
And I think the left has a similar frustration that we all just get grouped. But I would say, that's why I have my streams where I do break it down in academic terms and say, this is why, this is what we're talking about, and this is the specifics of it. But I understand not everyone does that.
Next is going to be Brant. Brant wanted to talk earlier.
Yeah, I have 2 points to make here. We kind of sped past it. Lecture Fan was talking about, I'd brought up 500 different DAs with 500 different elected judges, gives you 500 different scenarios of how this ends, right? Then you mix in the whole fact that if you're politicizing something, you are possibly setting a precedent. There's an extremely amount of, a high amount of prosecutorial responsibility and making sure when you're bringing cases up that, especially when, like we're talking about, this particular prosecutorial team has just been throwing stuff against the wall. Think about if you're sitting there on the jury and voting to incriminate, or I guess convict, Kyle Rittenhouse will set such a dangerous precedent. And to think this won't be drummed up in future cases, to think that, just like Roe versus Wade, Brown versus Board of Education, setting precedents, this will re-outline what self-defense is, regardless how big of a dingus and an idiot that you are, or the idiot you associate yourself with. I will leave you with an anecdote here. Essentially, and Lecture Fan can correct me if I'm wrong here, if I'm, or maybe I'm right partially, seeing as how maybe some states recognize this, some don't. But if you're a felon, a previously convicted felon, you're sitting in your house with a gun illegally, somebody breaks into your house and you defend yourself from said aggressor, the gun charge, illegally possessing a gun, and justifiable defense are separate incidents. They are not considered connected. Now, like I said, 500 different DAs, 500 different judges gives you 500 different results, and it's all up to the court of public opinion. You're setting dangerous precedents whenever when you're trying anything and everything you can to get your politics injected into what the situation is. And what we're seeing right now is a prime example, and I'm going to give it to the left here, that the judge in some cases, to me, I'm not going to say overtly, but in a manner has shown to a degree, not infrastructurally, it's not like it's affected his process in being able to officiate over this, but the judge has distributed a little bit of overt bias, I would say, a little bit. We can kind of see where his politics is. What we're seeing is an unstoppable object meets an immovable object, and that's a DA who has you can tell, in my opinion, I think that the DA or Binger is biased, and I think the judge is biased. And what we're seeing is a battle between the two of them, and we're seeing a defense trying to stop someone who has justifyingly self-defended themselves, stopping a dangerous precedent from being set. And our best hope is that the jury catches on to this and understands the bigger picture, not just 2022 or 2024. That's what I got to say.
Okay, next we're gonna throw it over to Riley, who raised their hand, then Hake. But then I want to move away from the law, touch on the moral some, because I knew that at the beginning we said we were gonna talk about the law. We went to the moral, since I saw some people wanted to talk about that after these two speak. So we're gonna start with Riley, then Hake.
Yeah, all right. I have to talk about a couple things that have to do with the law. So first off, like this idea of discretion, I don't know why people are focusing on this. All that discretion has to do is it determines whether or not a prosecutor can choose to bring a case or not. I feel like it's a slam dunk. I feel like any reasonable prosecutor would bring this case for a reason that we've talked about before. I can't see any possible realistic scenario where a prosecutor who's given this case cannot choose to bring it. As far as like the 500 DAs or 500 different judges, I feel like this is saying that there's a lot of variability in how people decide cases. And while we can make arguments that there's some variability, I feel like this is being vastly over-exaggerated. I feel like people of different political backgrounds are going to come to, generally speaking, comparable judicial decisions a lot of the time. We saw this, for example, last year with with a case about gender and sexuality discrimination that was written, or that was chiefly led by a Trump appointee judge. And in this case, we have a judge who is like, as we've discussed, sometimes it seems like he is more biased towards conservatives, but he was appointed by a Democrat, right? It's very hard to be able to say that like, oh, we're going to have a ton of variability when generally speaking, like, even though there's going to be like some bias that comes in, a lot of the time people who you put in these kind of situations have been practicing the law throughout their entire life and are going to be like generally pretty decent about their application. And even if you make arguments that they make mistakes sometime, we do have an appeals process to be able to remedy this. But even that being said, if there is an appeal, I don't see this having precedential value, especially like what you're saying. In order for it to have that kind of precedential value, to have to go to the circuit court and then maybe the Supreme Court. But the facts on this case just don't seem that controversial. Like the facts seem like pretty indisputable for the most part. So I don't see it having that kind of precedential effect. That's all.
Hake?
I just wanted to correct the record on Proud Boys. They're generally honorable, in fact, by and large, honorable men who just defend the innocent from the evil.
God damn it. Like, I can't.
Brian, can I ask you, Brian, I wanted to ask you something about precedent, because I'll just make that point again. Do you not think, like, I'm just skimming things, I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty sure this is the case, that if you want to encourage people to be responsible with their guns, then it is good to know that if you're carrying a gun, then if you kill someone in self-defense, you'll probably have to make your case to the state, because, you know, civilians killing each other, it's not really something you should be taking very lightly, is it? Like, you don't think it's quite good to have that confidence when it comes to gun ownership?
It's more of a vague depiction, what you're saying, setting precedent. When I'm talking about is the fact that the specifics of this case sets a threshold for which others can argue, which could sway a jury. And basically, all of the factors that happened to Kyle would have to be even more prevalent for you to overturn this precedent. It's not as simple as just let's use this for gun safety, or let's just, we'll convict him maybe on a lesser charge. Maybe it gets dropped to second or third degree manslaughter. And so now we can just, people will just have to be safer. Nobody in the world has brought up yet the fact that 3 men chased a minor who was fleeing from them and attacked them, simultaneously within, I think the prosecution said and admitted, 6.5 minutes total. Nobody has argued that the men should have any bearing of accountability, something that would have a, bearance on the precedent that would be set. All that's being said is a man.
They chased him, or was that just for fun?
multiple threats, confrontations, not to mention projectiles, bombs, homemade bombs.
Did they just like see Rittenhouse? Homemade bombs. Did they just like see?
Are you saying that open? Let me ask you this: are you saying that open carrying is enough for me to interpret to be able to attack you? Like
Wait,
you're
was
open
this-
carrying your open
No,
carrying
no,
your
it's
gun,
just
right?
no. I just think your language is incredibly loaded. This like 3 men just started chasing. Like, no, that's not really what happened, is it? There were a series of escalating incidents and distrust on both sides. Rittenhouse killed a person after they chased him down. Then afterwards, he was going over to report himself to the police. After which, people followed him, and there was an additional altercation. The language you're using is incredibly misleading for the purpose of being moralistic. Kyle Rittenhouse is young. I'm not expecting that his ability to.
I didn't get
handle
into their
stressful
motives,
situations-
did I? I didn't get into their motives or anything.
you-
All that
well,
I
you-
said
you're
was that
talking
the
about the morality
objective
of their
facts of the case.
behavior.
No, I said the objective facts of the case are that 3 men chased a minor. I didn't say an offender,
that
a
the
family offender,
totality
and
of
a
the-
repeat offender.
Those aren't the totality of the facts. You're just selecting for those ones specifically because you're using very cultivated language, which is
I'm
odd.
not. You're the one that's trying to reduce speculation. I'm in no way trying to speculate in all the how or the why. I'm telling you what happened.
Did anything happen before the events that you describe?
Yes, multiple recordings from multiple different angles, multiple different witnesses, explaining not only Rosenbaum's threats to the group and Rittenhouse himself, not to mention the weapons that were within the crowd, including the ones that were on hand for a chain and a bag full of homemade chemical devices, not to mention an explicit
speaking-
confrontation.
In so much euphemism that I genuinely don't understand which series of events you're referring to here. I just the reason why people aren't talking
You obviously
about it
haven't watched the case where they have demonstrated. I mean, it's almost getting to the point where they were just being redundant because they were just driving the point home. Like, this guy self-defended himself. Like, not he
but I
was a
think the general
Christo-fascist that was hanging around a bunch of Proud Boys that was on a roof. Like, the only people that I've
What?
heard speculate
We're proud.
guilt.
Wait. You're hold on. You're jumping all over the place. The Proud Boys. That was after he was released, right? He was in the bar with them. You're like.
I
there's
have
like a
in
bunch
no
of
way
different-
from either side said anybody's motives. I have like I said, always objectively to what has happened in the case. I have in
Okay.
no way supplanted premeditation other than what is on tape that
Wait,
I
no,
can
you're
reference.
insinuating
Your question was why aren't people talking
write you
about
down.
why chased Rittenhouse? The answer is that's not what the case is about. I don't know
Yeah,
what
that's
relevance
what
that
proves
has.
self-defense. Like, that's definitely a part of what it is. That they've
That
built
is-
it up into their cross-examinations and everything.
Wait,
I mean,
that's
correct
not
me if
what
I'm wrong. I
proves-
mean, with
okay, yeah,
facts,
so-
please.
Yeah,
Hold on,
wait.
it's-
Okay, that's not what proves self-defense. Self-defense isn't proved by the fact that a court case that we're examining isn't asking why 3 people chased Rittenhouse. What are you talking about?
That is the measuring stick for which you define self-defense. You would have to build a narrative. You would have to
By whether
have
we're
that
talking
narrative
about their
supported by
behavior?
evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're not even talking about that. Like, what are we? Okay, wait. Are we moving on to the morality of Rittenhouse? Let's go to
That
that.
was-
Let's go!
Let's do that. Yeah, I mean,
that was what
I would like
wanted
to hear what
know.
Hake has to say, to be honest, and then counterpoints as well.
Yeah, but Riley was trying to say something quick, so I wanted to make sure.
I'm down with Riley as well.
I was just confused because it seems like, all right, you might not be saying like, oh, this is what their mindset is, but when you present facts like, oh, they had a bomb, oh, they were at places X, Y, and Z, like it certainly seems like, even in like a legalistic sense, that you are certainly insinuating what their mindset is. So I feel like it's not like to say that like, oh, I'm just presenting all these facts and saying like, oh, well, I'm not saying that they have this kind of mindset. Like it seems like you're certainly at least insinuating it.
I'm going by what their actions, not what I like think they were thinking or the level of malintent that they had.
All
I'm
right,
going
but
the
talk
evidence
to us
shows.
as humans. We're not idiots, all right? We know what this is supposed to paint the picture of, okay?
Okay. Can we move on to the morality of Rittenhouse? Anybody want to take the staff on that? Because we have about 30 minutes left on this topic.
I think he was unbased and cringe-pilled.
I think he was a part of a dingus group that, they were doing what they could lawfully, but I think that they set a minor up in a terrible situation. You hear throughout the story that his people weren't even with him most of the time. It seems as though they were kind of doing their own thing, and they were more so using him as a, hey, go over here and put this fire out. Hey, go over here and help this person, with a thing. Or were they under the, speculation that he was 19 years old? He lied and said he was an EMT. All of this, to me, and my subjective, builds the point of being a dingus, but it doesn't give the right to attack you. Anybody else?
Very dingus filled.
What's a dingus?
Just
It's
criminally clumsy almost.
It's an Australian dog.
Oh, true. Yeah, look, okay. So the issue that I have with this is that I feel like conservatives are often super dishonest with why they support Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? So I actually think of like Hake is a very honest one, right? So when Hake defends like Rittenhouse, it's not some principled like, oh, him being there was a way of defending property. He calls him an angel, right? I think that in reality, conservatives tend to be really fearful about things like BLM protests, which is why we hear these ridiculous narratives about literally burning the city down, et cetera, et cetera. We have the bill, by the way, for all the BLM protests, and it doesn't even come close to a lot of other civic expenditures. So if cities were burning, we would have been paying out much higher values than that. But we fearmonger, and we build up this narrative where, you know, we need people like Kyle Rittenhouse to be avenging angels to come in there and defend our cities. Depending on how far right you are, there might be a racial element to that. That'll really depend on who you're talking to. The problem is this is bullshit, okay? Vigilantes patrolling, not even to speak of like youth or anything like that, just vigilantes patrolling protests, open carrying, to like threaten people off property is a mathematically and civically unstable and like ineffective way of mitigating property damage. If Kyle Rittenhouse hadn't gone, less damage would have happened. People died because he went there. If he had just taken the money that he spent on his guns or whatever and donated it towards whatever like community rebuilding act had taken place after the protests, he probably would have done significantly more good. We have to work as a cooperative, a group, in order to overcome admittedly difficult social challenges that we face during protests. But we can't let this warmongering law and order narrative overcome what's actually practical, because that's exactly the logic that the anti-civil rights protesters used too. They wouldn't say that they didn't like the black people having rights, because a lot of them didn't like that, but they would talk about the property damage. They would talk about the disrespect to law officials, law and order, and that's how they would justify the crackdown. So the best thing that you can do if you really care about protecting the city is to wait, be patient, and contribute to civic funds and projects to rebuild after. The best thing you can do if you want to keep black people from having rights is shut the fuck up. That's the best thing.
Okay, can we eliminate one variable so we kind of don't have to go over it over and over again? Do we get like for the conservatives? I'm assuming, or libertarians or whatever, we wouldn't care whether or not he was 17 or 18 and carrying a gun. If he was competent with a firearm, we don't give a shit. It's brought up as a fucking talking point in order to say like, oh, this poor fucking 17-year-old kid, this, that, the other. When it's brought over by like leftists or liberals or progressives, it's brought up as a sign of inexperience, whereas a more experienced person might not have like resulted in death or great bodily harm. He was a juvenile person who stuck himself into a shitty situation. So if we had the exact same case and then it was an 18-year-old, does this modify any of our arguments just so we don't have to go over that ground again? My answer is no. Like, based off of the perspectives, his age actually has very little to do with this. That's more of a legalistic thing than a moral thing.
Of his mental state. That's the only thing in which it's relevant.
In my opinion, his age only affects who is the burden of responsibility on like a curfew charge or things that are not in accordance to like Kyle Rittenhouse himself specifically defending himself. But like I said, Wendy Rittenhouse earlier knowingly dropping him off, you know, with it, that would be an avenue. But I still don't think they have really any bearings. But that to me is the closest that they have.
So but what I'm asking is this like a major moral argument that's going to change what we're talking about, or is it more like this just kind of modifies the way we perceive things for rhetoric? And the reason why I'm trying to get past it is because I think that there's like actually real things that we could give a shit about that's like more pertinent. Like, so for instance, like I would kind of wonder, like for me, let's just break this down really quick from like a conservative perspective real quick. The bad cop shootings happen. Riots occur. Cops typically, law enforcement departments typically back off. Number one, because they're most likely the perpetrators of the bad shooting if they're in the host city. As a result, they back out of like areas, they deal with themselves, they get into riot gear, they stop protecting damage. As a result, in response to a bad shooting, there's a riot, it causes property damage, and then because of that property damage, it's felt like law enforcement in turn, on top of fucking up their jobs in the first place with a bad shoot, or even if it wasn't a bad shoot, they're unable to protect the public. And so then it's up to the public to, like in this case, on whether or not their downtown areas, their commercial areas get defended. For me, I don't give a fuck. I think it's perfectly fine that if there's a riot that's going to destroy an economic hub of your city and it's based off of shitty information, then I have no moral problem with somebody rolling down there and saying like, hey, listen, I'm not here to fuck with y'all, but you're not burning down this business. And if you try to fucking take my gun from me, I'm going to kill you. Literally have no problems with that morally. So that's kind of like the crux of the argument is, do private citizens, when law enforcement is no longer present, have the ability to defend their own private property against rioters, particularly when they're not a part of this like five-head academic systemic racism argument. They're a motherfucker that has to work the next day and pay their bills.
I think I could be sympathetic to. I think I could be sympathetic to that, but I think the thing with Kyle, and especially like his, not just his age, I think the inexperience issue would carry on into the age of like 18, 19, 20 even. But the fact that there was just that like inexperienced guy who like frankly looks 14 at the time. But just that like having him there, and that also kind of says quite a lot about the people who were with him and who were encouraging him at the time as well.
Yeah.
Can I make a clarification? There's been a lot of speculation that Kyle killed people defending property. He alleges, and the defense claims, he killed people trying to take his life, being in fear of his life. If he was there to kill people, I'm trying to keep this in the frame of morality here. I mean, wouldn't he have been just picking people off if he was truly an active shooter? How come he only made contact the exact finite number that he needed to, the people that were taking, in his mind, a threat against?
Okay, but to back this, but to back this up though, because this was actually one of my frustrations last year, was Vaush, you in particular, you referred to him as an active shooter, whereas like definitionally, I would like an active shooter to me is somebody who's trying to stack bodies. They're either a terrorist or they're a nihilist who wants to commit suicide by cop. They run into a public area, they kill as many people as possible. And yet we had footage within like 24 to 48 hours that was not the case. And so it seemed like there was this massive like political momentum to portray this as like a mass shooting when it fucking wasn't. It was some fucking LARPy dude who showed up to a fucking protest trying to fucking live out his fucking militia fantasy. He fucking bit off a little bit more than he could chew. He got separated from his group. Somebody started chasing him to beat the fuck out of him. He killed that guy. More people chased him down due to misunderstanding, and then he killed those people. And that was kind of my frustration.
About his being perceived as an active shooter. If you're in a situation like that as a protester, you have no fucking idea whether or not somebody who just got shot in the back was shot because because a person is an active shooter, because a person is crazy, or because a person acted in self-defense. I think the argument, I don't remember the specific terminology that I used in videos like a year ago or whatever, because I haven't really covered Rittenhouse since, but for me, it's more about the difficulties and the ambiguities surrounding, like, this is one of the reasons why the armed society is a polite society shit is bullshit. There are plenty of cases in the US where a person who, like, concealed carries or open carries will respond to some violence nearby them, and then, like, what does an onlooker see? 2 people with guns. What do the cops see? 2 people with guns. Hell, if the person defending themselves is the only one with a gun out because the other person's been disarmed or didn't draw fast enough, the cop could end up shooting the person who's defending themselves. In fact, that happened at a robbery, a store robbery some time ago, where a cop rolled up to see one person holding a gun at another, shot the person holding the gun, and it turns out that was the person legally acting in self-defense against the person who had the gun pointed at them.
Sure.
All of these circumstances mean that when it comes to defending property or lives, random vigilantism is just not an effective way of doing it. You said morally you don't have an issue with people taking the role of the police, and that I agree. But the problem is police have tactics, organization, and training. And even then, I don't like how they handle things most of the time in these situations. For random citizens, like, you would need to form like walls, like cordon off certain areas, clearly express intent. Your goal is to avoid violence. You need enough people to form a solid blockade if you're trying to protect property or block off streets. This is really difficult to do as like a militia, let alone a single kid who isn't
that kind of the crux of the argument here? Because so for instance, like this was the crux of the defund the police argument last year, was that like there was motherfuckers, and I know I'm not addressing anybody in this room, but there were people like Mike from PA who basically said, I don't give a fuck what law enforcement does. They're a bunch of manipulative fucking cunts, and all the shit they do is fucking negative and toxic. So as a result, let's just slash their budget, see where it is, throw it into social programs, and if crime spikes temporarily, then guess what? We serve the greater good. But you basically see this entire, hold on, I'm almost done. You almost see this entire backlash backlash to this perspective, where basically what has happened instead is you've had the rhetoric of defund the police. It hasn't even been implemented. Law enforcement fucking backs off. COVID fucking hits, which makes everything a billion times worse. And now Black Lives Matter and defund the police. Excuse me, but like, have we checked out the polling on those things? Because I'm pretty sure they're both dead in the water. And I know it was fucking annoying last year to have a bunch of fucking centrist dipshits like me fucking, being like, hey guys, rhetorically, this is pretty bad. I understand what you want to do, but can you modify? Because no, please finish that question. What does this have to do with anything? I would say you were asking.
I want to make
no,
one.
Wait, hold on. Wait, we were specifically talking about. We were specifically talking about whether vigilantism is an effective way of defending a community, and I'm making arguments for why individual vigilantism, while conceptually defensible, usually just makes things a lot worse, which is why it should be morally disencouraged. I wouldn't have a problem if it was like the Black Panther Party doing stuff like that, because they did have a near militant level of in-group organization, firearms training, stuff like that. But
didn't they also kill a bunch of cops? Like, what is this? What is this parallel? And then on top of that, hold on. You just brought up why. You asked why. You asked why. So do you want me to just Google that real quick? Because I'm pretty sure I can find you some articles and send them to you. But anyways, what about Black Panthers killing cops?
Okay. Yeah. I just want to make a point.
Wait, hold on. I said wait. So you're gonna wait, Vaush, okay? Okay, so everyone's gonna wait for a second. So we're gonna have Connor finish clarifying whatever he is with the Black Panthers. Then we're gonna have Vaush respond. Then we're gonna throw it to Brant. And then we're gonna move on to outros on this topic, so we can move on to the next thing because I don't want to keep you all past midnight here. Okay, Eastern Standard Time. It's closer over here. Connor.
Okay, so let me clarify why I brought all this shit up. Anyways, maybe I can make it a little bit more clear. So basically, the original thing is, why is a 17-year-old kid running around with a rifle? Okay. And we already described the sequence of events. There's a bad law enforcement shooting or a perceived bad law enforcement shooting. Law enforcement backs off. Rioters start destroying a fucking downtown area. Civilians feel like they have to do something. They sweep in order to do vigilante shit. Bad shit happens as a fucking result. So it's weird when we're on the fucking right or the fucking centrist side and we're saying like, hey, law enforcement serves a vital fucking social function. And if you want to do any kind of defund the police, you need to build your parallel structures first, or else you're going to completely fuck up the society. But then we've had leftists for the better part of a fucking year telling us, no, don't worry about it. We'll just slash defund and we'll refund fucking social services. It'll all come out in the fucking wash. And then to fucking use that. And then it's like, this is what is fucking happening. But then we're vilifying fucking militias when they're the exact fucking product of like social insecurity as a result of attacking law enforcement in the first place. All of these things are connected.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear though, like you can say that
Wait, Lauren, it was Vaush next.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for confirming that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. I was just talking about why it's bad for these militia groups to go out there in response to protests. This has nothing to do with the rhetoric of defund the police or anything like that. And by the way, just to be clear,
I trust you have a fucking 20 head. Can you keep up?
It could literally be used to defend like brown shirts. You know that, right? A lot of the militant insurgency in Nazi Germany was instigated as a product of the burning of the Reichstag, the belief that communists were like destroying society and that they had to organize it. So we know that the militia groups are a product of social insecurity. That social insecurity is something that I spent a lot of time on my channel arguing against. But I deny the direct link between the defund the police narrative and that, because conservatives have been pushing that militancy and fear for decades. The defund the police thing is what, a couple of years old in the mainstream? The idea that we need like militant policing in order to protect our white suburbs from POC communities, that goes back centuries. So I don't think you can round this back to, look at these Twitter leftists, they didn't listen to me when I said defund the police was optically bad. We need to focus on what I was talking about, which is that what Kyle Rittenhouse did was wrong. It's bad. It doesn't improve society. It doesn't make the country safer.
Okay, but then what do you expect fucking people to do?
Connor, we have to wrap up and let people talk. So I want to throw it to Brant and then
I'm just going to make a quick side point, that's all. And that is that law enforcement or people that are your first responders on the phone that you're calling, the dispatcher, they instruct you implicitly if you've witnessed something. I don't think I've ever heard in the history, outside of maybe Danny Glover and Die Hard, being instructed by law enforcement to take the law into their own hands, whether they know what happened or they didn't know what happened. And the evidence proves that most of the people had no idea what had happened. They had no idea whether it was self-defense or whether this guy was just waving his gun. They could not play judge, jury, and executioner. The mob makes multiple calls to get him, training him, that boy. That is things they did not have the jurisdiction to do. That essentially, with that, built a case from the moment they said that after Rosenbaum, a second case for self-defense. That you will never be instructed by law enforcement or anyone affiliated with that to take the law into your own hands. It is something that is a reactionary system, like we're talking about going to court and proving your innocence. Like I said, you will never be. What you're basically saying, Vaush, is that vigilantism is okay as long as you're in a big enough crowd and you're a vigilante with a big crowd, a mob doing things. That's basically what you're saying whenever you say that, because the same vigilante that you could say that was running around defending businesses was confronting vigilantes that were out burning businesses, looting, rioting, making threats, at gas stations, trying to harm people that were inside of gas stations. What you're saying kind of is nonsensical, and further down the line doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Vaush, you can. That was directed at Vaush, so I kind of have to give him a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should have like large marauding militia gangs, only that if your goal is to defend property or like a part of your neighborhood, you need a large enough number of people to coordinate essentially like a militia shield wall.
Or cops?
It can't be done as an individual. Huh?
Or cops? Or like the people that we pay to normally do that?
Hold on. Yes. Or cops. I don't know why you keep... I don't know who in this panel has argued that police should have no role in maintaining safety during protests. Nobody has said that. But if you are going to engage in militia action, you can't really do it effectively as an individual. At that point, you're just a lone shooter. You need to have the organization that confers to other people a sense of authority, control, discipline, and organization. That's... I mean, this is literally like how... police shield walls function. If you just do it as an individual, lone cops are in trouble.
So we have to, Loner, would you be okay if you use your time to speak during any segment?
Hell no.
No? Okay. Well,
That's all right.
Okay,
yeah.
Loner.
So, Connor, just to answer your question, like why were the people out there with their guns defending their? Well, yeah, you can make that case that people were protesting at night, they were rioting, and that's probably neither of those are really a great idea. And the cops weren't there, so that can explain why there were communities trying to defend their property, but that doesn't explain why there was an inexperienced 17-year-old there. And I don't think that's because of defund the police. The reason that there was an inexperienced 17-year-old there, and that there will likely be more in the future, is because we now have this like ecosystem of like sycophants and like LARPing enablers who are just fawning over this kid who like there was probably at least 3 times in that event where Kyle could have easily lost his life. And there are people like who are just completely ignoring that, acting like the worst fucking role models on earth, Hake being one of them, and just saying that like, yeah, we're going to elevate this person and we're going to set the precedent that this is actually okay to do. And, next time there won't be 2 people dead, it'll be 20.
Okay, God damn it, Dylan, we're like on the verge of understanding each other. Why the fuck are we moving on? All we've done is fucking jerk each other off.
Well, because then we'd have to cancel one of the topics.
Your show, bro. I love you.
Yep. Connor, this is what I'll do. I'll let you respond. And he also mentioned Hake, so I got to give Hake a chance to speak as well. So Connor, Hake, then we'll figure out. Okay, you know what? We'll let it go and we'll just see what happens. Okay. You know what? We'll make this a Democrat-run city for a little bit. Okay, Connor, you go.
Sounds great. I fucking thank you. So no, I know. Okay, so the point is like I feel like we're on the fucking verge of figuring this out here, where we can actually communicate to each other, probably for the first time in fucking 2 years. Okay, like that. Why do these people feel animated? You could say it's propaganda. You can say it's bullshit. You can say that it has nothing to do with reality, that they're just being propagandized and they're only watching Fox News. But to these motherfuckers, when you walk down the fucking street and you see stores getting robbed and stolen and burned and looted and all that kind of shit, it doesn't matter if it's fucking $500,000 or if it's $2 billion worth of fucking damage. It's happening within their community. Like, people do not understand systems from an individualistic perspective. So to be like, I have no idea why Kyle Rittenhouse felt the way that he fucking did, that's weird as shit. And on top of that, as like naturally empathetic people, like I have had no idea how you can't even put yourself in the shoes of a motherfucker that basically sees bad shit going on in his community and feels like he needs to do something in order to step up and stop it. Lumi, you seem fucking animated. I would love to hear your opinion on this shit.
His community. You keep saying
Okay.
this is his community.
Dylan, you've been waiting for this shit all fucking night. Lumi, can you please expand on why it's not his community? I would love
My
this.
understanding is he came in from an entirely different place, which is something that Antifa gets.
Okay, do you know where? Okay, hold on, no, fuck this. We've been waiting for this all night. Do you know where Antioch, Illinois is?
1 hour from the border of.
No, it's 15 minutes. Do you know where Kenosha is? 15 minutes away. Do you know where Kyle Rittenhouse worked?
Did he work there?
He worked in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He drove there every fucking day.
Okay, that's
okay,
all confused.
okay. But Lumi, this
His dad lived there. His entire family lived there except for his
Grant.
Sorry.
There we go. Law and order. Okay, I'll let you be a Democrat for a second and see what happens. Okay, Lumi. I'm sorry, I didn't even get to hear what you said. What were you saying?
No, I just conceded my point.
Okay. Next was okay, Connie. Okay, I'll let you continue for a tiny bit more, but I gotta give it to Hake.
It's points. You want people to fight about what's going on. I'm giving you what you want, Dylan. Let me love you. So the fucking point of this is
help
me help you, brother. So the point of this is that, like, I understand, like, all the fucking lefties and liberals and progressives on this panel are super fucking reasonable and they're giving us all the rational fucking talking points. But at the same time, like, this is not what anybody has experienced for the past fucking year. We've heard that talking point. We've heard other talking points. He's a white supremacist, white nationalist, neo-Nazi who went down intentionally into Kenosha, Wisconsin in order to kill fucking black people. No, are you?
Can you not be the LCTR fan? Wait, there's nothing more boring than somebody being. Well, I know that you all have made good points, but somewhere on Twitter, I know. Like, yeah, we know.
Vaush, you've made these points in the past. You're just not making them known.
You've ascribed 1 point to me, and you misremembered it.
I didn't misremember shit.
Do you want me to substantiate the white supremacy thing? Because I'm pretty sure all I said was that he was part of after the Proud Boys stuff. Like the Proud Boys are a white supremacist org. I can't believe you would hold water for them like that.
How are they white supremacists with an Afro-Cuban?
We don't want to play that game.
The best counter argument you have is are you hold on really quickly, Connor? If you want, you can find the debate that I had with Destiny a year ago, and you can watch it and get angry responding to it. Okay, but we're here now, live, presently. I don't know why you keep trying to defer to this imagined collective of lefty perspectives.
Because I literally deal with it every fucking day, and I know for a fact.
You're on this panel.
Okay, and by the way, I'm pretty sure if we clip this out and stuck this out into your fucking fan base, y'all are gonna get fucking crucified, or they're gonna say, "Oh wow, that was the right optical choice to go in super fucking mellow on this shit." So no, like this is not the.
Totally fine with what I'm saying right now.
Vaush has already posted a video on Cal right now saying all the same points. I've just got fucked on Twitter for doing the same thing. You were there, Connor.
I was there. Thank you for standing up and getting fucked.
Run-ins with
it's a little weird you would just randomly accuse me of being duplicitous with my audience when all the positions that I'm holding right now are consistent with other streams and videos that I've put out over the past couple of months.
Okay, then
where's
it's
this
really
argument coming from.
Okay, then it's coming from a year of frustration with people saying that they don't have to fucking worry about how defund the police is going to be perceived optically. They don't have to worry about how BLM is going to be perceived optically. That it's just a little bit of rioting. That fucking, we can excuse it and this, that, the other way. Progressive and fucking centrist media like CNN and fucking MSNBC in the defense of fucking rioting. Literally the fucking meme standing out front of a burning fucking building and saying mostly peaceful.
It's like
all that
every BLM talking point that's ever been brought up in the past 18 months.
So how do you not understand it?
Understand what? You dragging this out into every talking point ever associated with the subject? Understand what?
Okay. So actually you agree. So just to clarify what you're saying right now. To clarify what you're saying right now. Right now you have the centrist position from a year ago. That's your current position, is the centrist position a year ago.
I don't know what centrist position. My position is my position. My positions change with time, but I think that most of what I'm saying now is consistent.
Okay, then this is what I'm gonna fucking ask you. Okay, okay. And by the way, being fucking
wait, Connor.
Do you want memes or not, Dylan?
What do I not understand?
No, wait, both of you. Okay. So Connor, you're gonna ask a last question, and Vaush is gonna respond, but then we have to move on to Hake, or I gotta cut out the last topic, which people prepare for these things, so I don't want to. Take away their time and research.
Okay, so Vaush.
Oh, I'm muted.
Okay, so Vaush, it's weird being talked to about being too fucking edgy or too fucking hyperbolic when it seems like you have a historical pattern when it comes to content of seeing things that happen, reacting to them live, having hyperbolic language within 24 to 48 hours, and then being forced to clarify. So right now, since your position is what my position was the day after the shooting, and it's taken you about a year to get here, or you had enlightenment 1 month in, and you fucking switched your fucking position. Are you committing now to the next time that there's a controversial shooting that you're just going to withhold your fucking hyperbole until all the fucking facts are out? Or are you going to do the fucking... That fucking Kyle Rittenhouse fucking...
Wait, first of all, really quickly, just so you know, it's super weird and obsessive for you to be like, a year ago you had a debate, your positions are different now. I was really ready to argue with that version of you that I had in my head.
I think what he's meaning
really,
in
wait,
less
hold on,
words...
You're responsible for part of the hyperbole that fucking radicalizes motherfuckers. Are you serious right now?
Wait.
Connor, wait, he needs to let me
Vaush-
finish, okay.
Yeah, you gotta let him finish. And then we gotta move on to Hake.
It's really
He's
cute.
arguing with like multiple timelines of Vaush right now. Okay.
I'm arguing with your content.
Connor, I'm here now. You can argue with the positions that I have now. Can you please tell me what I've changed my mind on?
Okay,
You
so...
keep saying I don't understand this, I'm wrong about this.
Okay.
What have I changed my mind on?
Okay, so do you think law enforcement officers are trained to plant evidence on citizens?
What?
Okay, I'm just gonna start linking you your own content, bro. I'm just gonna start linking you your own content.
Have you just like watched every video of ever? I think
I've watched your videos.
Yeah, wait, okay. What does this have to do with the subject of the conversation?
Because you are part of the hyperbole that radicalizes young people into stupid fucking perspectives. That's what I'm saying right now.
With regards to the subject we're discussing, what do you think I'm wrong about or changed my mind? I don't think there's anything wrong with changing your mind, but like, let's say, what have I changed my mind on?
Okay, so, what have you changed your mind on? I would say the fucking narrative in the wake of this shooting in particular, you're completely fucking different than you were fucking 24 to 48 hours ago. After the shooting. And then basically, 24 to 48 hours after the shooting.
My opinions have changed.
Are you see? Okay. You know what? Fine. You win this interaction. I'm literally just going to start linking every single one of your fucking hyperbolic videos in the group chat right now. Because you're partially responsible for the fucking hyperbole. The obsession. I debate in Twitch politics. I'm on a panel 3 times a week. I debate you, Destiny, fucking RGR, Lumi, every single person on this fucking panel, except
you weren't supposed to be
because you're fucking cute, Vaush, right now. You're cuddly. I want to give you a hug. Where's my firebrand anarchist that hates cops? Where the fuck is my fucking bastard?
Where did it go, Vaush?
I think I can.
You know what? I'm disappointed.
Wait, stop. Okay.
Connor.
Yeah.
Connor,
10 seconds.
legit. Your interactions with Destiny have made you stupider. You're arguing with a made-up version of myself in your head. You got to chill.
No,
okay?
I'm not.
Okay. The fact that we have this whole conversation and you can't point to a single thing that I'm wrong on or have changed my mind about relative to this panel, but you're still seething over this, is indicative of actual like obsession. You need to calm down, okay? I think you're a cool dude, but this is really fucking weird.
Okay.
Hake.
I believe that this whole thing is about getting rid of conservative, white, Christian males, especially if they're Trump supporters. This is America. You have the right to carry a gun anywhere, pretty much anywhere you want. We need to unbrainwash people about guns, unlike what Eric Holder wanted to do, who was the attorney general. If you're defending yourself or your home or your business, you are your own militia. I was at vigilantism. Kyle was not inexperienced in handling that rifle. He handled that rifle very well. Yes, Counterpoint made a good statement that maybe he shouldn't have gotten separated from the group. I don't know how that happened. But he's offering medical support to others. He's putting out fires. And because he has this boyish innocence and he's just doing the right thing, it enrages Rosenbaum to go after him. So I'm not sure that anything bad actually happened in Kenosha with regard to Kyle's interactions with these people. Helpful, well-disciplined young man. With that innocence, successfully defended himself against violent attackers who were enraged at the sight of a gun, enraged at the sight of a young man who was upstanding and defending his community. He had been cleaning up graffiti earlier in the day. the issue is we have a country that's like brainwashed into thinking that this BLM thing is a good thing, that the civil rights movement was valid, that blacks in America don't have rights. Give me a break. They're if anything, we treat them too well. We treat them in a way that's unjustly letting them get away with murder, and it's wrong. It's making, and blacks are suffering, by the way, for that. Black on black crime is out of control, and then we're pretending that Kyle is a problem. It's pathetic, and it's a lie. Vaush is phony.
Anyone else want to drop the white supremacist argument now? It's fine.
Vaush,
Great. I'm super happy we landed on that.
So you can respond to that.
Oh, that's okay. We can just move to closing arguments. Oh God.
Okay, then you can
mine will
start
take
them.
2 seconds. Okay, I'll start them. All right. I love all people. I love white people, black people, Rittenhouse people, and non-Rittenhouse people. I love all people, and that's why I think we probably shouldn't do the militia shit, because I don't think it works that good. We should stop.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to RGR now.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to weigh in more on the legal discussion, just because I've been seeing a lot of people think that they are legal experts on Twitter when they are not. But I was actually reasonably happy with the way that the legal discussion went over. I would have weighed in more on the moral part, but it was already pretty spicy. So yeah.
Lumiru.
I still just can't even follow Hake up. Disappointed to see white supremacy alive and well and just vibing on the panel, But that's my target here is how do we address this in our communities if we can't have these conversations and we always have to address these general leftists. I will acknowledge that I didn't speak a lot on this topic because I went in a different direction looking into it, so that's unfortunate. But thanks for the conversations outside of that.
Yep.
Oh,
Lonerbox?
Can I get one more? I'm sorry, I forgot one thing.
You can say it out the intro of the next topic.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Lonerbox?
I feel like I could do a good job moderating counterpoints and Vaush. So I think the steel man there was that of counterpoints was that what people were defending their property because people were being irresponsible and rioting and protesting at night because they heard hyperbolic stuff from creators like Vaush, I guess, talking about the cops. So I don't know, that maybe hyperbole leads to people protesting in worse ways than they normally would, but that doesn't explain why Kyle was there. Kyle was there because there's a really disgusting culture of enabling culture going on around him, and he's not going to be a better person for this. He should not be on a court stand suffering from PTSD with the death of 2 people on his conscience. He should be in school with his fucking head down a toilet. But I don't know. I mean, I love Jesse Lee Peterson people, and I love fake dollar store Jesse Lee Peterson people.
Lecture fan?
What is this, closing statements or what?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't really have anything. We can just move on.
Okay. Hake?
There's no such thing as white supremacy. It's a fake boogeyman made up by people who feel sorry for criminals and clamp down. It's like a mama spirit. You bully the person who's trying to be enforcing the law, who's innocent, and you feel sorry for the criminal.
Okay, Connor?
All right. So, I'm happy we all landed on the centrist perspective. I'm so fucking happy that my politics have prevailed. So, white supremacy. What I've learned from this panel is that white supremacy is an overblown term. That basically you mean it academically, not explicitly. So we mean it in the systemic racism way, in which color blindness might be slightly racist. In which conservatives seem to ignore disparate outcomes and don't seem to want to affect systemic issues. That's what we mean when we mean white supremacist. We don't mean to imply that people are purposefully wearing fucking hoods and being racist motherfuckers. That's great. I'm super happy to learn that. I've just been fighting a straw man for the better part of a year, they're totally cool. I'm also happy to learn that the left, basically everybody on this panel, is happy to go back into their communities and say Kyle Rittenhouse was not an active shooter. He was a dumb fuck LARPing 17-year-old, and he put himself in a self-defense situation, but he's going to be exonerated because ultimately, if you review the footage, it's a clear cut of self-defense. I'm very happy to hear that that's what you're going to go back to your audiences and say. I'm also happy to hear that you're going to go back to your audiences and you're going to say defund the police without creating parallel structures first is a toxic and fucking stupid way to advance social reform within the society. That basically what happens if you just chop up police budgets, throw them haphazardly into social institutions, and then just let the fucking cards land where they may, is going to be a counterproductive fucking mess that destroys social progress within that society. So I'm happy that that's going to be said in your fucking spaces as well. So, the good part of defund the police is diversifying roles. Cops are jacks of all trades and masters of none. So it's a great thing that what we're going to do is we're going to create field social workers. We're going to train cops in de-escalation techniques and crisis intervention training. We're actually going to give cops more money. Defund the police was a bait and switch. It's refund the police. We're going to give them more money so they're better cops on the fucking ground. That way we can improve society as a fucking whole. So I'm just super happy that I've been fighting fucking strawmen and shadows and Don Quixote fucking windmills for the better part of a fucking year. And everybody on this panel agrees with everything that I just fucking said. It's awesome. I'm happy to see so much progress made.
Brant?
Yeah, the facts of the matter of the case are, as a mother dropped her 17-year-old son off with people defending their businesses legally and lawfully. He was there legally carrying a weapon on his persons. He was threatened by an 11 times convicted offender who made threats prior to and confronted him. He defended himself 3 times. We've seen now how corrupt the state can be. And what's really the thing that's tickling me pink over here is the fact that for 450 plus days, we've heard about how corrupt the state is and how the system needs to go down. But now all of a sudden we want to use the system when it benefits our political needs. And it's one of those things where I'm sitting here in the middle and when I first started streaming on Twitch, I was full blown ANCAP. And as I've, tried my best to try to side with either side's usage of the First Amendment right, what I watched and experienced in Kenosha Live, which I would say out of all of you, I was probably the only person to document, still have before, after the entire day's actions covered for 12 hours, covering all of the reporters, including Drew Hernandez, all the people that submitted their evidence, watching it, I didn't see any cases for First Amendment. I saw egregious, vile acts, threats, and I saw, like I said, 3 gentlemen make grave mistakes. And the third guy should be lucky that he's even alive to lie 3 times on the witness stand. I rest my case.
Okay. The last time we could talk about this topic is in the intro to the next topic. So if you have anything that's unresolved on the last topic you wanted to address, please use your intro time to do so. Now, the next topic is going to be, should people be woke, basically? Is it good to be woke? Now, this is a vague word, woke. Everybody has a different definition. So I would just give you a tip that it probably helps if you define what this word means to you. Or if you have some dictionary definition you wanted to run off of. But I don't want, if this gets too much into a linguistics debate, I will try to steer it away from that a certain amount into this conversation. And we're going to start in the bottom left-hand corner this time with Lumi.
All right. So I actually listened to a whole Ben Shapiro podcast just trying to understand what the right is talking about when they talk about the term woke. Because panel, raise your hand if any of you unironically call yourself woke. Anyone?
I'm awake.
Same. Sometimes. I don't know anyone who does. It's just a derogatory term. It started in AAVE to describe a racial awareness of an awareness of racial prejudice, right? And then it got swept up by conservatives to mean, and I guess I should leave it more, and I'm excited to actually hear what people have to say. But what I was identifying is maybe there's some virtue signaling that they're acknowledging, some cringe uses of identity politics, but sometimes it is going after things like critical race theory, which again is very, very broadly defined by these groups. So that's one of my frustrations, is it just feels like a derogatory term that's so broad that the conversation it feels difficult to have, because I don't want to get caught in this area where I want to defend what I see as the term, which is being aware of racial prejudice, working to acknowledge that and working to systematically remove that. But then it becomes this goofy thing that's just a wide array of things. So is it good to be woke? Of course not, if you're taking the right-wing framing of it. But if you're taking the original framing, then obviously.
Next is going to be Riley.
Yeah, I think it'll depend on how you define it. Like what Lumi was saying, if you think that being woke is like, I don't know, like you think that all white people are inherently racist, or you think if you misgender someone accidentally, then the gender Gestapo will come for you in the middle of the night, then yeah, being woke will be bad to you. If you think that being woke means that like you think that the civil rights movement was good, and that yeah, like giving LGBT people rights is something we ought to advocate for, then I would say that is a good thing. I would also say that like most people would just qualify as woke at that point. It probably drops out as like a useful signifier. I'm not like super partial either way, so it'll just kind of depend on what the panel agrees on.
Okay. By the way, when you type, please do mute your microphone. Loner box.
Sorry.
Vaush. Yeah, that's a great point, man. I wish everyone could hear it.
Thank you. So yeah, the term woke, I know it's derivative of AAVE. I don't know what its origins were, like how ironic its origins were, but I agree with Lumi. I don't know anyone who self-identifies as woke explicitly these days. I think that unfortunately, as with a lot of broad social terms, the right benefits from the ubiquitization of terminology to the point where any one term could refer to a million positive things and some negative. So, for example, when we say like woke, what do I like about being woke? Well, I like being progressive. I like being pro-gay marriage. I like being anti-racial discrimination, blah, 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 blah. But like when some people say woke, what they mean is like having purple hair and sneering at people who don't instantly assume that they're they, them. Have I ever met a person like that? No, not once in my life, but I'm sure there's at least one out there, and if I say that I'm not against being woke, then that's who I'll get lumped in with. So I think it's important to be specific with the language. What are we actually against? What are we actually in favor of? And can we make a good argument for either?
I'm going to throw it now over to Loner Box, then Lecture Fan, then Hake, in that order.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it started with AAVE, then it kind of got extended to being more like just whether or not you're conscious of social injustices. So, yeah, I think this first time I heard it was like in a really odd place. I can't remember how, but it was in reference to like just after the 2008 crash, and it was talking to like some of the families who lost their homes, and they were surveyed on who they blamed, and the fact that like very few of them actually blamed like the predatory banks and the financial system and all that. They actually blamed themselves. And I think the article said that they weren't like woke to the fact that this was to do with like systemic injustice and the mistreatment of poor people by the system. So I thought that was quite interesting. It didn't actually have to do with identity politics at all. But yeah, it depends on who you ask. If you ask someone who understands the definition, then yeah, being woke is probably quite good. If you ask someone like Hake what being woke means, it's probably good too.
Okay, throwing it over to Lecture Fan.
I love how we come on these panels and all of a sudden all of the leftists are no longer agreeing with what the radical left has been saying about Rittenhouse for the last year, and all of a sudden nobody's woke anymore. And it's like it's just a little bit ridiculous to hear these leftists come on and say, no, we're not woke, we don't identify as woke, oh, and we don't agree with those leftist viewpoints of Rittenhouse. It's preposterous. Woke as a definition is obviously just a radical left progressive view of the world. It's part of the American Marxist view of the world. It's anti-American. One of the things that I find really interesting about being woke is it's so unsophisticated. And actually, Morgan Eisenwald had tweeted out recently about how it's basically impossible to actually be woke or radical left if you're actually well traveled. Having being someone who is very well traveled around the world, I find it just so ridiculous to hear people talk about how, the United States has, racial injustice problems, and that's where we need to focus our fight against racial injustice. It's like, if you really cared about racial injustice, you would be focused on other countries around the world, and you would be talking about how great a job America has done in terms of creating racial equality under the law, and how much progress the United States has made in terms of racial equality. And we're a shining example of what a wonderful country can do, and how many positive things we can do in terms of equality under the law and all these awesome things. And it's like, it's just this it's a really disgusting view of the world. And everybody on here that just said they're not woke, they are woke. And it's convenient when you're on a panel like this to say you disavow what the left has been saying, and you disavow the woke. But it's pretty clear it's disingenuous and false.
Hake.
I just want to clarify, liberals, communists do not have real love. It just doesn't go together. Satan has a version of love and understanding that is a false imitation. He comes as the angel of light. And I think that's what woke is. That's what you saw with the people who said that they love me, they love everybody. We have like a false victimhood going on, and it's not good. People are saying I want to clarify for the boomers who are listening, and some of my audience who's listening, they probably don't know what AAVE is. I happened to see it in your replies, Dylan. That's African American Vernacular English. Someone said the phrase "stay woke" arose in the 1930s amongst the blacks there, talking about an awareness of social issues facing blacks, and it's alert to racial prejudice and discrimination. BLM guy DeRay, back in the first wave of the Black Lives Matter terror attacks on the country, he raised his fist, and on social media, he had the phrase "stay woke." And that's where I became more familiar with this term. We're going backwards, though. We're becoming more like South Africa, where it was supposed to be this rainbow nation, and we thought apartheid was so bad, but we've turned it and made things worse. And that's what happens when you let liberals run wild in the country, and let that mama mindset of feeling sorry for the minorities or whatever, when things are honestly more than fair, beyond fair. It's not good to protect misguided people from the truth. Wokeness is protecting people from honest people using their First Amendment, saying what they think. It's better to have it out in the open where people can speak their minds. And if you disagree, fine. But we need freedom of speech back in this country. And you see I hate the term woke. It's like cringe-inducing no matter who's using it, honestly. So you have the mob, the lynch mob, I call them. Some people call them the woke mob, going after people's jobs when people should have their jobs and have the freedom of speech. Where is the spirit of the freedom of speech in this country? You should not want to be so mean, nasty, and vindictive, pretending that you love the oppressed minorities, such that you're going to just violate the rights of an individual. The individual is the one who suffers. So it's the offense, and the truth is what can awaken the people who are the minorities and into what they're into. And that's what can awaken them to get them out of their miserable version of their life.
Okay. Moving on over to Connor.
Yeah, I'm like hella woke. I'm not racist, and I'm a trans inclusionary radical misogynist. I don't hate trans folk because, they're trans. I hate them because they're women. So, yeah, like being woke is based, actually.
Brant.
Yeah, everything woke pretty much turns to shit. I think it's just a socialist colloquialism It's meant to lure people in to an overall feeling of I guess, inclusion. And you know it's shit because it's sarcastically used. Like you hear it just as often used. Oh yeah, she's woke, or oh yeah, they're woke. You know, that's how it's used. Of course, if you're considered woke, most of the time it's probably not being used positively.
Can I start?
Okay. Sure, Lumi, you can start.
All right, with lecture fan, this is such a common thing. Like, if you have problems in your community, you can't just offload those problems and be like, oh, well, there are worse problems in other places, so you can't deal with this problem here. That's absurd. Of course, we recognize there's progress, but to say that I can't talk about rape culture in America or the prevalence of domestic violence because there's more domestic violence somewhere else, it's just goofy, absurd, and it totally takes the point away. It's a red herring. And then I wanted to ask you, do you totally, Brant for Liberty, do you entirely reject the framing of woke as potentially being aware of systematic racism, or do you deny that it exists? Like, that's something I'm curious on.
Can you point at a law that's in the books right now
That's not systemic racism.
No, I mean, I'm well. What's your definition then? Let's set our goalposts in the ground. What
Okay,
Shouldn't you explain
so
your
one,
definition when you said you don't like it? That's what we said at the beginning. Like, hey, conservatives are always super vague when they denounce
Well, I'm
wokeism,
trying
and
to
then all of
clarify
you
and find middle ground
vague.
in this argument so that I can even accurately rebuttal. Maybe my term and their term is off. We're trying to define clarity right now.
Can we define what? I'm still unclear on exactly what the conservatives on the panel mean woke is. Like, actually, hold on.
First off, I'm not a
Wait,
conservative
okay.
fully.
So-
I am a libertarian. I share values with conservatives economically, but I differ from them socially.
Of course you do, buddy. Now, quick question. Can we get a raise of hands for people who think that there's any meaningful difference? Raise your hand if you do not think that there is a difference between being woke and being progressive. Raise your hands if you see no difference between those categories.
Well, I think it just depends on whose framing you're taking, because it's so obvious the conservatives are taking like a really different framing.
Right, because what's apparent is that Hake and Lecture Fan, they aren't arguing against being, they're just arguing against being progressive. That's what's going on.
Right.
Any difference.
This is what it used to be that like liberals, like everybody would call people liberals as an insult, and that was in the 90s and early 2000s. You would call somebody a liberal, and then liberals were like, no, we don't want to call people liberals, and then
We're
they
all
wanted to be
liberals
called
now.
progressives. It's just like they don't want to talk about global warming anymore. Then now they want to talk about climate change. The left just changes these words because the vast majority of the American people learn, like, okay, global warming's a little bit,
I mean, the
we're
reason
not
they
going to,
call
we're
it-
not all going to die. We're not all going to die from global warming. And so then it becomes progressive, and now it's woke, and now you guys want to run away from woke, even though you guys know exactly what it is, and you guys are all woke, and it's absolutely about shutting down free speech and shutting down anybody that disagrees with you. It's American Marxism. Mark Levin wrote an entire book about this. It's a strain of Marxism. And Lumi, I'm not saying that you can't talk about it. I'm not saying you can't talk about these issues. I'm just saying if you're spending all of your time talking about those issues, it shows you're pretty unsophisticated. You probably haven't traveled the world much, and you're not using your resources and your time wisely.
What issues do you care about? Wait, really quickly.
So you think that I shouldn't?
Wait, Lumi.
Wait, am I unsophisticated for fighting against? Sorry.
Stop. I was trying to moderate. So there's a few people want to speak, so it's gonna go in the order of Vaush, Lumi, then Loner, because all three of them want to speak.
I just want to, like, LCTR fan, what issues do you care about? Because I'm pretty sure that you can make that argument against you, right? If you want lower taxes, like, well, hey, guess what? There are tons of other countries that have higher taxes than America. So if anything, you need to travel more and get some perspective. Like, what? I feel like America's middle in the pack in like a ton of social and economic issues. So I feel like no matter what you care about, you could use that argument against pretty much anyone, right? What's your thing? Give me a thing. What do you care about?
I care about individual liberty and individual freedom, and in fact, what the left has done in the United States,
the vast majority of countries around the world, you know that, right? Like, you should gain some perspective, because I'm pretty sure that in terms of individual freedom, we're in like the 95th percentile. Maybe you should go to Somalia or like Bangladesh or something and like really broaden your perspective on these issues before you open your mouth here, like the privileged weenie you are.
Are you alluding to like incarceration rates?
No, he's fucking memeing. It's a goddamn parallel. He's literally just saying that you can complain. You can complain about things in this country. You can complain about things that's in this country. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, here's the difference. Though. Here's the difference. So I don't go around like attacking the United States and spending all my time attacking the United States when it's the leader in something. Like that's what I'm saying is stupid. If the United States is a world leader in racial justice and you go around attacking it as being horrible on racial justice and racial equality, that's where you start to seem a little bit unsophisticated.
We're not a world leader in racial justice. We're about as much of a world leader in racial justice as we are on individual freedoms. In terms of a ton of metrics and individual freedom, America's really high up.
We are a leader in that.
No.
So
we're
what do you
really high up there. So.
Do you only complain about American issues that America's like at the bottom of the world on? Like, what issues are those?
No, I recognize America for being one of the best in the history of mankind on racial equality and racial justice.
I mean, what issues though? What American issues do you complain about?
I point to the United States of America as an example of what other countries should do to try to achieve that good of racial equality. I don't spend my time attacking the United States when it's literally the example of what's good.
And you were complaining.
Wait, stop. I said, okay. I said, okay. You shouldn't need to take. Don't apologize. Just stop talking. Okay, so we're gonna go to Lumi, then Loner, in that order.
I mean, Vaush said it beautifully. Like, dang it, Vaush, taking my own defense.
Sorry, that's my bad.
No,
just a little bit louder.
Predictable lefties are.
Okay, then we'll move on to Loner then.
I mean, Lighterfan, you were complaining about like Marxism and its influence and the way that like progressivism over America. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you should do some like time traveling to Soviet Russia because Marxism was a much bigger problem there. Maybe even go to like China because America's not a world leader in fucking Marxism. So
I agree. America's not a world leader in Marxism.
Then why are you complaining about it? You should have some perspective. We should remember that America is actually one of like probably the least Marxist countries on earth. Like it's one of the last. America is like the last country you're going to get a Marxist revolution.
And it's the least Marxist for a reason.
And here's the thing. If you would watch my stream, you would know that I criticize the Chinese Communist Party and the global left, the global Marxist left, all the time.
Good, just as long as you're not complaining about America, though, because America's like not a world leader in Marxism.
Yeah, we're not the global Marxist left. I can guarantee you, I'm not a Marxist, and we're
yet.
Talking about
we're getting there.
I don't know. Did you see Twitter a few months back?
Have you heard about critical race theory? Any day now.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not like this isn't a conversation about We're talking about fucking like probably like largely social issues in the context of talking about
that would bleed into being woke. I think I would actually concede to the left that conservatives do view, because I do have a lot of conversations with conservatives literally every day, and we watch a lot of pertinent content that is adjacent to what we're talking about right now. A lot of it stems from school boards, parents going to school boards actually distributing anecdotes and evidence that substantiate that woke culture is being adopted, I guess is the best word I can say, adopted into mandatory. Now, I think everyone in here that's for... say again?
What woke culture? What thing? What ideas?
They're talking about progressivism.
CRT. Examples. I'll give you an exact example. CRT. Yeah, they're specific. I've covered hundreds of hours of this. This isn't just even a single event. This isn't a single state.
Like what CRT? Like what idea?
Critical race theory.
But what is
and
that's just what it's called. What
subjects adjacent
remember, it doesn't exist. Oh, now CRT doesn't exist anymore, guys. Oh my gosh.
No, my idea. Critical race theory doesn't exist.
Stop. Okay, there's too many people talking at once. Okay, so Vaush was the one doing the line of questioning, so I'll allow him to continue with the line of questioning. Then we have Connor and Hake. Continue.
Because you subbed one like vague talking point out for another. Like, okay, well, we have woke things. Okay, well, the woke things are CRT. But CRT is also one of those vague terms that conservatives use to mean everything and anything. So, like, what of the CRT are we talking about? What ideas are being propagated?
Easy,
The idea that a
easy.
person of a specific narrative should feel as though they are an oppressor, and that the other should feel as though they are a victim. And through very
So-
many examples that are adopted into a curriculum, some of them may be as simple as a singular assignment. There might even be a course that has multiple chapters. I've had freelance
idea of white
essays where
supremacy?
somebody had the idea why somebody should feel guilty for why they are, let's say, a white person. Those are specific. Yes, there are specific assignments English teachers have given in this. I believe that one that I'm referencing is in Tennessee. You can look it up yourself. But a child was given an essay along with everyone else, and the one child spoke up about it. Also, there are multiple times where in Zoom classes you have teachers experiencing or displaying bias to the point where they will badger children in the class that have separating ideas. I don't think this level of politics, and this is coming from libertarian, conservative, South right center. I don't know where that is in adjacent to you, but I think that distributes a political bias that could set up the next generation, keeping people in a framework of mind that could cause rebellion and not acceptance to. And in the long run, that could give us more problems than it could solutions. Now, I would, let me finish. I would concede, along with all the other individualists in here, that if there were electives in schools that are purely elective, not within the framework of the day that we're paying for, if there were electives that are provided where people could be involved in an after-school program or something where if they wanted to participate in it, they could, having no bearance on their grade, I'm pretty sure a majority of I'm not going to speak for everyone, I'm not an absolutist here, but I'm going to say that there are a lot of people, if they're true individualists, they wouldn't care if it was voted through by their school board and it was something that was left on an elective rather than something that's tied to, let's say, your English class or a history class.
I just want to say, because you've only said one thing there that I take issue with, and it's the idea that children should feel guilty for their race. I don't think that happens that often. I think there are probably some instances that have been highly publicized.
Yeah.
But
Well, let me ask you this: do you condemn that? Do you condemn that?
Wait,
Yes,
wait.
yes,
Yes.
I condemn that.
We
Yes.
all condemn that.
why
Hands up if you condemn
Just on the
guilty
panel. Just
white
on,
people being considered
got to
guilty for
agree.
being white.
Yeah, but
It's-
why
just on this panel.
Yeah, why would
Like,
you ban a whole ass thing just for that niche thing? Why
I
doesn't
just
it
wanna-
become a
You
discussion?
could open with that. You could have said, like, the woke thing that I disagree with is telling kids to feel guilty for being white. But instead, we had to run down these, like, 16 subfolders before arriving at that.
Well,
And
I wanted
feel
to summate at the same time. I was trying to summate at the same time. I figured I'd save the specifics for when we got into volley, and we could pick the anecdotes that we actually want to talk about. What exactly
it's just
do
that
I
you
think
said-
within that?
It's just that you said CRT, but then you said making white people feel guilty for being white. Which
I
critical
just
race
gave an
theorist?
example.
Which critical race theorist said that white people should feel guilty for being white, though?
I'm not even speaking about a theorist. I'm
So it's
talking
not an
about someone
example of
who's
critical race
entrusted to
theory, is
teach your
it?
kids that chooses to
Yeah.
inject something
So
into
it's
a
not. So
curriculum.
it wasn't an example of critical race theory. It's got nothing to do with critical race
Okay,
theory.
a greater thing I'm alluding to is the fact that you could use politics as a teacher to influence kids.
Okay, but do you see
politically
why
a
I get
direction.
frustrated when you start with CRT and then talk about someone being made to feel guilty for being? These have nothing to do with each other. If you're going to use a
the same
term like
thing.
woke or CRT or progressive, the problem is you guys have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Like, there's
The
no
level
connection
of
here.
pivot is like, I got to give it to y'all. A+ on pivoting. Like y'all are
No,
amazing
because
at it.
you're out here banning critical race theory that's being applied very broadly, and then you're talking about these very specific niche things.
I
we
think
agree
parents
with
are
you
upset
on.
that their kids are being forced to do these particular assignments in accordance to achieving a grade level or passing a 6 weeks. This is what parents have an issue with. I think most people nowadays have progressed, but I mean, I would even say some of the staunchest conservatives have been forced through social, we'll just say, democracy. It's to the point where in the frame of individualism, as long as it's not interfering me and that trickles down to my household, my children, then I don't think you have a fight with conservatives on woke culture. It's when you're bringing mobs to our cities. It's whenever you are bringing radical people and putting them in positions, very sensitive positions of influence, like teachers and education, and then the school boards and city supervisors. When these things are happening like this, and you're just seeing it as a parent, and you're watching your parental purview basically being shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. That's what conservatives have a problem with woke culture. And I'll allow any conservative here to correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I've seen, the overwhelming thing is, as long as it's not interceding in our lives, then it's not something that I don't even think I should be able to argue about it.
Okay, so does anyone want to specifically respond to that before I move down the list again, which has Connor, Hake, and Riley on it?
I mean,
I was just gonna say real quick, when that was fantastic when Vaush asked Brant for some specific examples and he gave 2 of them. It was like a mic drop moment.
Can I follow up on that? Because I actually looked up
Sure.
an example from Tennessee, and it seems like the only curriculum that was contested were just books about general American history as it respects to slavery. It's not anything that's specifically about like making kids feel guilty. That's what the mom said in her complaint letter, but the books are just books about the history of slavery.
I know, but that doesn't mean that the teacher wouldn't adopt an assignment that would be adjacent to what the curriculum is.
The books are just about slavery.
But you're thinking that they're just teaching the book. You're not thinking that they're adding an extracurricular.
As a libertarian, the way you fix this is by banning critical race theory, or do you agree that that's
not what
awful?
I'm saying. I would say stopping. I'm a full proponent of the free exchange of ideas, goods, and services. That includes the idea section. So I'm not for banning something entirely. As much as I may not agree with it, as much as I may not like to hear words that are said, as much as I may cringe, I don't believe in stopping that, because I believe the best ideas, not the most popular, I think the best ideas rise to the top.
Okay,
and so that's what I'm thinking.
We're doing what
and
you're
after this, we got to go back to the list. Okay.
Like, do you have any actual evidence that they were doing what you're accusing them of? Because right now, looking at
there is an African American mother who talks to, I believe it is Tennessee. I might be wrong. There are so many school boards I've covered, but she goes up there and she gives I could play the testimony for us if we.
So okay. So you have so just to be clear, you have no evidence that the teacher was trying to make kids feel guilty for being white, other than one parent said that's what they were doing.
I am talking about the conservative response to the curriculum.
The conservative response to, not the curriculum, to one complaint from one parent. Is that right? Is there any other evidence?
There are multiple
of that one particular, in this case, in that case,
it is numerous.
What are they?
Not even dozens, hundreds. I would take up the rest of your day. I mean, I've recorded every episode I've ever done, so I can get you some. I can get you many references.
It doesn't prove like this. If this is the primary example, it doesn't. This is your primary example. It doesn't.
That was one that we were talking about an example of woke culture. CRT is a one straw of hay in the hay house.
This is just okay. So that was and one parent complained about it.
It seems like no matter what I do, you're always going to go, well, what else? What else do you have? What else do you have? It seems like that's how we started.
Right, you gave us one example. It was shit. Give us another one.
Well, that's your subjective take. I would
well,
argue that conservatives, like I said.
Stop. I said stop. Okay. We're going to go to Connor.
Yeah, so this is kind of... fuck. We can sit here and we can argue about what CRT is or fucking isn't, or we could say, like, what are the problems that are currently facing American society is that we have two completely different narratives about what it's like to be American. Most conservatives, libertarians, right-wingers, or whatever think that it's pretty kick-ass to be American, that despite, like, some economic hardships and some, not having access to as much social mobility as we used to, America still kicks ass. Some people who are still American citizens, and we love them because they're American citizens, LGBTQ folk and black and brown folk in particular are saying, like, hey, some of this country kicks ass and some of this fucking sucks. And if you look at the history of the things that have sucked, then basically you can extrapolate it out onto the present of why things still suck for some of us in certain ways. So what we can do, which I'm counting on, is we can sit here and we can say, your problems aren't real. Fuck you, and stop trying to indoctrinate my kids into communism. And then we can say, on the Vice, we can say, hey, we're just trying to teach you about the real world, and all of this fucking Marxist bullshit is a bunch of fucking alarmism. Or we can, like, talk past the points that we're here, where we're, like, bickering and fucking arguing about it. What do you want to teach kids? about slavery? What do you want to teach kids about LGBTQ folk? What do you want to teach? Do you want to teach them to be libertarian, where they just treat everybody as human beings, or do you want to teach them to adopt it like wholeheartedly into them, that like non-binary folk, trans folk, and all that kind of stuff against their like religious teachings are people that are like worthy of like the love and respect and equality that some religions would prohibit them against? So are you trying to go liberal or libertarian, or are you trying to go authoritarian, where you're trying to completely change the culture? And I think that's like an important question to answer, because if it's like liberal or libertarian, awesome, let's fucking do it. If it's authoritarian and you're like, no, we need to fuck anti-theocracy, fuck religion, fuck these religious fucks, then obviously you're gonna have beef with conservatives because a decent chunk of them are religious. So
I don't believe religion is inherently transphobic. I don't believe religion is.
What about homophobic?
No, I don't think it has to be, because I know a lot of Christians that aren't homophobes.
Well, has to be, or it's easy, or it's easier to be. Like, I'm not saying it has to be, or that like religion like has to be the same thing over time. But can you see how like certain biblical verses could be used to justify homophobia or transphobia?
Yeah, just like racism.
Okay. All right.
Which, like, I would argue against racism, even on a religious, like, I don't think you should be able to be religious and racist just because your religion is racist. I think the problem, like, if I were to say Christians can't exist because I'm gay or something, like, that would be fucked up to me. And I feel similarly about religion. Like, I'm going to treat these people poorly because I'm religious. I don't think that's fair. I just think it's unreasonable. And for you to consider like being anti-racist while still accepting religion to be like somehow you didn't say authoritarian, but you were saying it was like not libertarian
or liberal.
That feels unfortunate to me. Like it feels like really, it feels like, do you have a really bad view on what religion, do you think religion has to
Have you ever been to a woke protest? Have you ever been to a woke protest and not been someone who identifies with the crowd? Have you ever been anywhere near that before?
Well, hold on, but before
I haven't. I'll be honest with you, I haven't.
Before we,
where are you going?
Yeah, but before
Where
we,
I'm going with this is the tolerance.
Brant,
I'm going on with tolerance.
Yeah, Brant, can I? Because I feel like Lumi is scratching at a solution, which I think would be super cool. No, I don't think it has to be. And I do believe in like incremental societal change. So if the point, like if our education system was saying like, hey, LGBTQ folk are fucking real. You gotta honor their pronouns. You can't be fucking dicks to them just because they're gay or bi or non-binary or trans or whatever. If you have like different religious beliefs, you need to keep that shit at home. You need to treat everybody with love and respect the same way that everybody treats you with love and respect. I think that's like a perfectly fucking valid thing. And then on top of that, we're gonna learn about the fucked up history of how gay folk were treated in the past and how black and brown folk were treated in the past. And you're just gonna have to deal with the facts. If you want to argue about it politically with your family when you get home, awesome, you do you, but you got to keep it at home. And then if you want to talk about over time, like culturally saying like, hey, listen, here's these prescriptions in the Bible. So for instance, like I think within the past couple of years, there's been like a supposedly a historically corroborated interpretation that said that all of the biblical verses that were previously used for homosexuality are likely historically supported for pedophilia, and therefore a lot of religious-based like homophobia is actually not warranted from like a historical lens, and you just kind of want to chip away at the homophobia that might be within like certain religious communities. I think that's fucking awesome. What I don't like is where basically what you would say is like, nope, this is the right culture, fuck you, and if you don't like it, we're going to shove this down your fucking throat. And I think that's the way that a lot of conservatives feel. So I'll leave it there.
Well, Connor, to answer what you were saying earlier, you were talking about like, what do you want to like change in education and things like that. A really good example of something that happened here was that like in the 1980s, Margaret Thatcher wanted history, for example, in primary and secondary school to be all about kings and battles and just like reverence for the elites, basically. And it was like that when I was a kid as well. More recently, they've teachers started taking a bit more control. They've diversified, and now they'll teach things like the roles in the slave trade or like the Industrial Revolution, and actually like stories about like a lot more like working class and social history, and then even LGBT stuff from the 80s. So that would be like a really good example, I think, of just something being taken, like it's always going to be political, like a lot of these subjects. So that's just something, taking a subject and, I don't know, taking it from shit conservative pilled and making it into like awesome woke pilled.
You had to go too far, didn't you?
Wait. Okay. Hake has been waiting very patiently, so I want to make sure he gets time to speak. I'll write down the people who have been trying to.
Parents who send their children to public or even private schools nowadays are taking a major risk on losing their children to blind brainwashing. And they're going to end up turning on the parents, hating them, and hating everybody because this woke stuff and this CRT and even not CRT, they've been pushing this blind brainwashing about imaginary racism for decades, and generation after generation has gotten worse. You have like young, college-educated teachers brainwashing their kids into supporting Black Lives Matter, defund the police. You see these posters, all kinds of like communist posters in the classrooms, the radical LGBT agenda pushed on little kids. And they're just so misguided. They're on TikTok coming out to their kids. It's wrong. America was not founded on this slavery and genocide stuff. Slavery wasn't one of the world's worst evils. We have Democrats today who are much worse than the Democrat slave owners of back then. They're killing babies in the womb. It's like out of control. We're going along counterpoints, going along with these delusions of these people is not showing that is being an a-hole.
Listen, that was a lot, but can you tell me when America stopped being racist specifically?
Racism never existed in the first place.
Hold on.
Hold on. Can we pull that apart real quick? Okay. America was never racist.
Wait, pause. Let's pause the show. Okay, can you just for the panel? Can people raise their hand if they believe racism has ever existed in America?
Against whites and everyone else.
Now,
okay,
through
so I just
anecdote,
wanted
I would
to.
just say
But can you-
Continue.
Can you explain? Yeah, can you please explain that to me about like how America was never racist?
America was founded by the Anglos who came here, escaping the corrupt church and the corrupt king, and then they declared independence because the king was exploiting them in many different ways, and it was for them and their posterity. And there were slaves here. The slaves were not bought just because they were black. They were bought because they were for sale.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, so it's for them and their posterity. I've heard this in other groups before, and I'm not saying that you're saying it this way, but like I'm Irish, like I'm 100% Irish. Now that I've been here and my people have been here for like a century and a half, is America also for my posterity, or am I still just serving like the Anglo hierarchy, and really I'm just here as as Nick Fuentes would say, a cappuccino debt slave? To just be like an economic vehicle for fucking like Anglo supremacy. Like, what's my role?
The spirit of the freedom of speech, and you have the spirit of America, of the Second Amendment, and loving the country, then you are, at heart, American.
Okay,
it's about what's right. And
I mean that's better than some other folks.
You'll notice, like by and large, the white males who are so hated, I suspect that it's partly that they're hated because they vote Republican. They vote for Trump. They vote for people who love the country and they want to bring everybody together. They love everybody. They don't hate everybody. They're Christians, but they're standing in the way of this communism that is this idea of imaginary racism. They're using black people.
Can I just ask another question? Because I just want to be sure, because like I asked this fucking question whenever like a leftist used fascist, so I want to ask you this question since you use communist. Like, what is your definition of communism?
Liars.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, people who play like they're nice. They play reasonable, much like Vaush does. He plays like he's reasonable and he loves everybody, but really he's not for America. He doesn't want the Second Amendment. He doesn't want the.
He loves that shit. Are you kidding me? Even I know
that. Not for Kyle. And so useful idiots who are being used for destruction, they may not think that they're Marxists, but generation after generation, most of this panel has been brainwashed in some form or other to just subvert the country away from what's right. There's no such thing as...
How does that work? Do they lie because they're communists, or did they become communists because they lied?
Ooh, chicken and the egg argument.
I'll give you the rest of your life to try and figure out what that meant.
They lie because they're evil. They have anger and evil in their hearts. And when you have anger and evil in your heart, you try to be good, but it's a false imitation of it. And that's what this woke thing is. That's what the CRT thing is. That's what you see all these lady teachers who think that it's a good thing to come out to their kids. They think that some of them actually think that that's the right thing to do. It's a misguided thing.
Okay,
You didn't answer my question.
Well, and just out of curiosity, you were kind of saying that like it's a false god, right?
1 second. Before, Loner said he didn't answer his question. I saw Hake try to say something. Did you want to answer the question, or did you want to clarify something?
What was the question? It seemed like a dumb question. It seemed
I can restate it if you want.
How do you know if it's a dumb question if you can't remember what it was?
He says, are communists evil because they lie, or do they lie because they're communists?
Didn't you say give him his whole life to figure it out?
Basically, he's saying, are they liars, therefore they are communists, like people who are liars are communists, or are communists inherently liars? Like which one?
I see. Yeah, communists are inherently liars because not all liars are communists, but all communists are liars.
Ooh.
Okay, but do you have a political do you have a political definition for communism? Just
I thought you were just playing around.
You guys are trying to melt a stone right now. I guess my issue with like the whole woke thing is that like conservatives are always going to consider anything authoritarian if it's progressive, it goes against their values. They've been saying that about like teaching about gay people in sex ed for a long time now. I don't know how to best deliver that info in a way that people find that conservatives find agreeable. You know, there are places in our country, I can't believe it, but like the lost cause myth is still taught. The idea like, oh, the North started the war and it was about states' rights and blah blah. Like that's taught in whole districts, states even, where it's more common than not. So I feel like when it comes to whether or not we support, so we were talking about woke stuff. I don't know how the fuck we got here, but basically I think that when it comes to like the delivery of these progressive ideas, we have to do so with respect to people's biases, not in the sense that we can never offend them, but we have to at least take into account what they're inclined against or towards. Otherwise we're not going to be really effective at delivering those messages, you know?
That's why we find a common ground. We figure out what everybody's definition is of something, right? You keep saying, and I think this is kind of like a lefty fallback plan to make yourself look really cool, like you know what you're talking about. But really what that is, whenever you say, how did we get here? We're giving examples and asking questions. When people are asking, what is an example of this? Okay, now let's extrapolate on communism. That's how we got here, Vaush. Are you taking roofies while we're doing this or something? Like,
How do we get here? What the fuck just happened? Hold on. First of all, I'm just saying, cool one way or another. Second of all, we need to talk about definitions. But again, like for what you said earlier, like, okay, fine, I'll turn to you. Fine. What you said earlier was incredibly stupid. I'd let it go, but now I won't. Okay. What you started out with was, well, woke can be bad because CRT can be bad because one time I heard about this one person saying that people should feel guilty if they're white in school. Okay, that would be like a person saying, I hate America, and you're like, well, how? And you're like, okay, well,
I didn't say that I said it. I said from the very
wait, Brent, we gotta let him finish. I'll give you free time to respond. I promise.
They're like, I hate Los Angeles. You're like, okay, why do you hate Los Angeles? Then you're like, okay, well, I don't hate Los Angeles. I hate La Brea Boulevard. I think it's a really dumb street. Needs to be paid back. And then you nod. You're like, okay. So anyway, that's why I hate America. Like in a conversation about wokeness, it's irrelevant. Nobody here would agree that we should teach children that they should feel guilty if they're white. What we want to talk about is basic progressive ideas and how well we should advocate for them, how far we should go. But nobody defends that shit outside of some insanely insular circles online that hate me too.
Well, see, you're holding a position on that when you make that statement. Whenever I'm speaking here and I'm referencing this is my interaction with conservatives, this is an anecdote of something that they've brought up. That is what they consider woke culture and something. And I've already given my position on the status that if a school board pushed it through and it was kept and held to an elective, I wouldn't have any qualms with it. I'm not super anti people that want to be their own way and have their own organizations. I'm not against that. I'm to the point for which anything is mandated on somebody or it becomes a part of a mandatory, let's say, or education.
What about mandatory sex ed? Is that like cool with you? Like teaching about like oh, some people can be gay and like, oh yeah, trans people are a thing. Like in 5th grade or whatever. I think that's when I got my sex ed. Do you think that's forced or do you think that's just an update to an existing?
I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't want sex from any circumstance taught to my kids, I want that to be something that I have a conversation. I want it to be held purely scientific. If you can find scientific infrastructure to implement and a school board pushes it through and it's accepted by the populace, it's none of my business. And given the circumstance I just gave, I would probably be a proponent for it.
Okay. No.
Like that.
Okay. Hake also had a statement on sex ed. I think I didn't get to hear it.
Yeah, this sex ed stuff is a bad idea because you're just brainwashing people to accept wrong as right, and it's planting ideas in kids' minds. It's destroying their lives because they get all caught up into an idea about themselves or other people. They think it's cool to be into this stuff when it's not good for you. It's a
Amen, brother.
Can I?
You actually have to. Well, no.
I have one question for Hake, if that's all right. One more question.
Oh,
It's
okay,
relevant.
but I mean it's kind of hard to attack that one, but okay.
Oh no, it's about what you said earlier about there's never been any racism ever. I think you said that, right?
Right.
So yeah, I wanted to know, like, my granddad was born in 1917. He was a farmer, very all white. He's never seen a black person. He hated black people. He used to tell my mom that if she didn't go to bed early enough, then like a dark person would come and get her at night. I just wonder, do you think was my granddad being racist or was he being woke?
Neither. That's neither racist nor woke. That is.
How's that not definitionally racist?
If what you're saying is true, then he had a judgment against people based on either what he heard or some experience that he had.
A judgment about race, right?
I'm sorry, I have to ask like one question. I've been trying to get in. I just have to ask one question. Hey,
okay.
What is your definition of racism? What to you is racism? Does it exist?
No, it does not exist.
What is it then?
It is a judgment. Everybody judges.
But you just said my granddad was making a judgment.
Based off of race.
Yeah, that's the mechanism of racism, is judging.
The issue is not this imaginary racism boogeyman. It is a judgment. The people crying racism are guilty of the same judgment that they think the people that they're accusing of racism are guilty of.
What if you judge someone based on their race?
What's that?
What if you judge someone based on their race?
But that's at root.
That's not racism, is it?
No, because it's not the issue. The root issue is a judgment. If you're guilty, if you can't be, people who accuse others of racism think that they're not guilty of racism, but they're guilty of judgment, which is the very crime that they're accusing the other person of.
But what
it's okay. You're not answering my question, but it's fine.
Is it even possible to do it?
No, it's a false vice.
Yeah.
Well, that's settled. We'll move on to the next topic after some outros. Okay, we're gonna do it, starting it in the top left-hand corner with Brant.
Like I said, woke as it's referred to in the social colloquialism, because this has to be framed in which you are, I guess, adhering to the definition of your who would ever be the counterpoint, being conservatives, right? So in their judgment, I would say that woke culture, I happen to side with them. I think woke culture for the most part sucks. I think that it should be allowed as long as it doesn't interfere in a mandatory type way. Like I said, libertarian in me is all about having whatever organization you want. You can be as woke as you want to be. But that stops once you violate the non-aggression principle. Once you violate someone else's life, liberty, or their property, at that point, I don't care what your social cause was. You have made your point mute, in my opinion. So I'm gonna keep it really simple on that. But you know that's how I stand on it. I still, like I said, I want all ideas to be introduced, even the worst of them, because history repeats itself when you try to suppress and censor things. You have to allow the best idea to beat the popular idea, even if it's completely opposite stance of you. But that's how I stand.
Connor?
Yeah, so I think bigotry for race and bigotry for like sexual orientation and gender identity is absolutely a historical thing. I think that being woke in some circumstances or being progressive in some stances can be good, but there's this philosophy of conservatism called Burkean conservatism. it's from Edmund Burke. He's one of like the founding philosophers of like conservatism in general. And basically what he's not a traditionalist. He doesn't hold on to things because we used to do them. It's what are the things we need to hold on in order to have a functioning society, and what are the things we need to let go or progress on in order to have a functioning society. And I think that any conservative who follows Edmund Burke should ask themselves those questions. When it comes to race issues or LGBTQ issues, I think ultimately we kind of need to teach a liberal or libertarian perspective in school. And then we need to, if you have a cultural more that you think is appropriate, then you need to follow up with your communities and you need to promote your values to that community. And I think that's what we need to do. And unfortunately, it needs to be incremental. God damn. This was an interesting conversation. So I'll leave it there.
I also want to thank Your Movie Sucks for the raid. I really appreciate it. Now we're going to throw it over to Hake.
Oh, hey, Adam.
This marketplace of ideas stuff is a bad idea because you guys are trying to, I'm talking to my fellow conservative panelists. You guys are trying to get along with evil, and you give it an inch, it's going to take a mile. Evil will never stop. You'll find yourself accepting all kinds of insanity. There's no such thing as racial justice. When you put an adjective next to justice or rights or freedoms or whatever, it pretty much means that it's the opposite of it. It means that you're turning it on its head. You're turning real, actual justice on its head. And you see that playing out all the time. So they add adjectives to fool people. That's what communists do. They change the language and add stuff. And then the conservatives find themselves playing along with it. It's a really bad idea. White people right now, men right now, are afraid to tell the truth, to have their freedom of speech. And everybody else, all the other so-called oppressed minorities, are encouraged in their anger, which is the worst thing for them. This false sympathy for Black Americans and the LGBT people is the worst thing for them. It shows love to oppose the false ideas that they are victims.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Lecture Fan.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think critical race theory needs to be banned in school, but I think that we should teach the truth in schools. And so when you go to teaching the truth in schools, that's a de facto ban on critical race theory since it's so false. Wokeism is definitely a religion of the left. That's why you see almost everybody that's woke, guess what? They don't believe in God. And you can tell by the way they talk that they're getting their spiritual and religious fulfillment from their woke beliefs. And that's also why you see them wanting to ban anything else. It's a religious extremism. They're religious extremists. They believe in shutting down anybody's speech that doesn't agree with them. They support censorship on social media. These are the mobs that get people fired from their job because they said something 10 years ago on Twitter that we just found. You see that all the time. And so it's pretty clear that's what it is. It's definitely a thing. I know that the left wants to try to run from that, just like they want to run from everything else. But wokeism is a very important topic. I mean, that's why you saw the Democrats just got destroyed in the elections 2 weeks ago. Democrats are getting ready to lose the House. They're going to lose the Senate. They're not learning the lesson. They should have learned their lesson from Virginia and literally hundreds of elections all across the country 2 weeks ago. And Joe Biden has been so stupid to turn over his agenda to the radical woke left, but he's done it. The wokeism is killing the Democrats. If they keep pushing this stuff, they're going to keep losing elections.
I hope so.
Next, we're going to throw it over to Loner Box.
I'm glad you mentioned Edmund Burke counterpoints, because I think there was a while ago I read this thing called a traditionalist case for gay marriage, and you could argue that according to Burke, the only way that a society can really preserve its traditions is to embrace change that's inevitable. And I think gay marriage and a lot of LGBT stuff would come under that. I don't know. I'm quite happy to be living in an insanely woke country with a very woke education system. I think I was giving a guitar lesson to a family friend who's only 12 years old, and he came back from school one day and was talking about how he'd learned all the different flags. He knows how to draw a trans flag, he can draw an LGBT flag, he can draw an agender flag, a non-binary flag. He also thinks white supremacy is bad, so yeah, it's cool.
What a shame.
Okay, we're gonna throw it over.
It's a shame that he thinks white supremacy is bad.
Doesn't exist.
Okay, well guys, during outros nobody else talks, so we can keep the show rolling. Law and Order, okay? Throwing it over to Lumi.
Yeah, so interesting that lecture fan points out that there's a little bit of a problem with the Democrats and wokeism, which again, I wish you could define more clearly. It seems like just a collection of things you don't like about the Democrats, which, okay, if that's how you want to roll, that's how you want to roll. I do actually have criticisms of how both corporations and Democrats use these woke ideas that right wingers would call woke. And I think there's interesting discussion to be had, but unfortunately, it's just Democrats are woke, and you don't get much more depth than that. If you want to hear analysis on that, I want to be talking about that with the Virginia elections this weekend. So feel free to hit me up.
Throwing it over to Riley.
Yeah, so the problem that we talked about originally ended up kind of coming through. So like the problem is that like the term woke is really vague in terms of how it's used. We asked for a specific example. We eventually got to CRT. We asked for examples about how CRT was like negatively affecting people or what exactly they were talking about. Someone gave an example. We looked at that example. All that the example was talking about the existence of racism and the fact that one parent complained about it. And I would say that teaching about racism in our schools is a good thing because clearly there are some people, even on this panel, who say it just does not exist. No one can do a racism, or even if you can, it's bad. Yeah. I don't know. I'm ready for the next topic.
Okay. And Vaush Vidya, otherwise known as Irish Laddie, otherwise known as badvideogamestakes.com. Continue.
Oh, you'll get yours, Dylan.
By the way, your mic is like kind of like growly.
Growly. Do I sound it? Hello?
Do you
Clipping,
hear the
growly.
yeah clipping? Yeah.
Heavy on the bass.
Interesting. I don't think I changed anything, but is this fine at this distance?
You can do the outro like this, but see if you can fix it between this and the next topic. I'll give
Let me
you
just-
last.
Okay. We should be specific with the terms we use because that means we can better isolate the things we have an issue with. And I feel like conservatives often dishonestly refrain from specificity because it allows them to condemn things that they know wouldn't go well optically without directly naming them. Let me leave the Discord call and you can bring me back in.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the last topic of the night, which is the death penalty. Now, I want to say quickly for everybody watching at home that it takes a lot of time to put this show on for all of you. You know, it takes effort organizing. So any donations, any subs, or anything like that would be greatly appreciated to keep the show running. Thank you very much. And also be sure to check out everybody here's links and stuff, which they will shout out at the end. So now we will go into the last topic, which is the death penalty. Do you or do you not support the death penalty, corporal punishment, however you want to put it? Anyway, we're going to start in the top. Actually, no, we're going to start with Riley. Riley hasn't started us off before, so I'm going to do Riley.
Oh my God, thank you. All right, then. I think that my argument's going to be like relatively simple. I think that we have to be very careful when we're talking about something like capital punishment or something like the death penalty, because that is one type of punishment that is unique to our criminal justice system, is in that you cannot undo it if you find out later that you made a mistake. With that being said, since we do not have a criminal justice system which is able to perfectly determine who has or who has not committed a crime, we have appeal systems for a reason, then it probably would make the most sense to not allow that to be something that can be done at all, since we cannot undo it in the event of a mistake. We observe that this happens a lot. We often have mistakes where it turns out that, we sentenced someone to death, and later it turns out that they didn't actually commit a crime. We probably want to prevent that from happening as much as possible. Yeah.
Okay, next is going to be Lumiru.
All right, so I often see kind of two arguments around here. There's a moral one based kind of oftentimes heavily based on feelings, not all the time. That's like, should we kill someone that does this awful, awful thing? Whether or not you agree with me on that, which I would say, generally speaking, no. I don't think that the state should have the power to do this. And that's where my argument would hinge, is I don't think this is a power that the state should have. There are too many mistakes. As Riley said, you can't unkill a person. And we've already seen, I think it's since 1970 something, we've had 130 something innocents killed on death row that we know of. So that's concerning to me. I know people will get into the cost discussion as well, which I think can be kind of interesting. I'm curious as to why it turns out that the death penalty is so costly and doesn't save money, but that's something I'll be looking into a little bit more. So that's where I'm at on it. Big no for me.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move it over to Vaush Video.
Yeah, so I'm very much against the death penalty for reasons that are basically a criticism of our system as a whole. I think that, with the way our system in America is right now, which is so punitive and so obsessed with retributive justice, I think that we should not only have executions, we should have them publicly. Like that would be the consistent application of our justice system. But of course, that's not really what we should be doing, right? We should be interested in rehabilitation, and execution is the ultimate failure of rehabilitation. You literally cannot rehabilitate a person after they've been killed. It's not possible. Logistically, the death penalty is indefensible because it costs more than lifetime imprisonment. So there's just no argument to be made there. You should never do it. There's no mathematical, pragmatic reason you could ever really justify its implementation outside of, I think this person is so bad that they should just die. And I just don't think the state should have the right to do that. I also don't think the state should really have the right to imprison a person for life either. The difference being that when you imprison a person for life, they keep giving you indicators as to whether or not they should be in there. If a person kills somebody and they're in prison for 10 years, well, you can look at them. Are they going to kill someone again? There are ways to tell. Not perfectly, but you can get a feel for it. If a person's dead, you never get that choice. In short, executions are a complete deviation from the reform-based and criminal justice system that we should have. There's no argument in their favor.
Now, I gotta say, you've just proved that communists are liars because your mic got even worse somehow. So, I
Okay,
don't know.
continue with the rest of
don't
your
worry,
things. I'll
yeah.
be right back.
Left wing destroyed.
Throw it over to Lonerbox.
Yeah, death penalty is really fucking stupid. It kind of fails at like just about everything most of its proponents say that it achieves, apart from the fact that some criminals get killed, with the collateral being some non-criminals get killed, or some people who weren't guilty get killed. So I don't know. I think the only real argument against it is that against the death penalty is that that's not what the criminal justice system is supposed to do. It's not supposed to be about retribution. The point of a criminal justice system is to reduce the social harms done by crime, and the best way to do that is through that we know of so far is rehabilitation. So you either keep someone in jail until they're rehabilitated, or they die in jail. It seems to be the best system.
Okay, now we move on to conservatives, and we will start off with Lecture Fan for the last topic of the night.
Okay, first of all, one of the reasons for the justice system is absolutely punishment. But actually, Dylan, you said you were going to wait until the end to shout us out. I'm shouting myself out now because I know there's some people here that won't be here at the end. I'm Lecture Fan. It's LCTR Fan. Every single social media platform, spelled the same way, LCTRFAN. Lots of people have actually come to Jesus Christ from seeing me on these panels and then coming to my stream and then watching my Wednesday night Bible studies. So that's one of the reasons I still come on here. If you guys want to come check out the Wednesday night Bible studies, do it. So here's the thing about the death penalty, though. This is one I'm genuinely go back and forth on. I'm genuinely torn on this, and it's I'm not one to waffle on issues or say I see both sides of it, or I never ever do that. But this one I do. I mean, religiously, my religious views suggest that I don't agree with it because I believe in forgiveness and redemption and all these different things like that. But on the other hand, sort of another side of me is like, I actually don't see really a lot of things wrong with the death penalty for certain people after they've done certain crimes. I mean, I'm certainly in favor of extremely long-term prison sentences for lots of different crimes, including like rape and child pornography. I find it really disturbing that a lot of leftists don't actually support long-term prison sentences for rapists. That's a different question. But here's the thing. If I was actually like elected to political office, I would not spend my time trying to get rid of the death penalty. It would never be an issue where it's like I'm fighting so hard to get rid of the death penalty. I just wouldn't do that. And I don't spend my time doing that. But if it was up to me and I had to make a decision, I'd probably say I'm not in favor of it for religious reasons. But again, I'm not going to be the one that really fights hard against it, because I totally understand why we have it, and it's been something that humans and governments and America has done for forever. So I also find it a little bit presumptuous. This is something leftists love to do, is they think here in 2021 we're the only humans that have ever got something right, and that humans for 5,000 years have been wrong on something. I'm a little bit reluctant to do that on that issue, but at the same time, it's kind of like I'm against it in a lot of ways. So yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to the Hake report.
Thank you. Yes, we should have the death penalty, but we definitely need to improve the justice system. Justice should be swift, and justice should be no doubt with regard to a person's guilt. We should do it for things like murder, legitimate rape, no matter whether it's a woman raping a man or a boy, or a male raping a female. Robbery in the case where you're robbing somebody's livelihood. In the olden days, if you stole a family's cow, and we're coming back to at desperate times like this, that could mean death for that family, because people would. That's why that's why there were lynchings in some cases for that stuff. But I, of course, believe in due process. Vaush mentioned public executions. I mean, it reminds me of what conservatives say about Ashley Babbitt, where they say she was executed. Technically, she was. I don't think she was executed, but it would be nice if we had consistency with like a heavy hand on rioters. If we had that heavy hand on rioters consistently, then they wouldn't be so quick to do that. Same thing with the death penalty. If we had swift justice, not 20, 30, 40 years later, them finally getting executed maybe, and endless appeals processes, there needs to be, if there's no doubt, and it's an egregious crime like a murder or maybe like a legitimate rape or series of them, then it should be, we need somehow to return to not relying on lying lawyers and corrupt judges and feel sorry for people's stuff, and return to like men of logic and a firm hand. Because when there's a firm hand, then I think it does make people think twice. We should abolish, though, hate crime legislation, because the hate crimes are often, that's why Dylan Roof, it's politically motivated that they're getting Dylan Roof for a death
Unrelated.
penalty.
Sorry.
Okay, but it's a death penalty that's not because, anyway, it's related. There's no such thing.
No. I said it's unrelated to me, because people hear Dylan Roof and no,
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you were saying my argument was unrelated. Loretta Lynch, Obama Attorney General, she went after Dylan Roof because he's so-called racist, not because he murdered. He's not getting the death penalty because he murdered, but because it was a so-called racist murder. You're getting rid of when somebody does a hate crime. Oh, getting into hate crimes, but it's violating the First Amendment, and it's these anti-discrimination laws. When they become the feds get involved. The feds are the most corrupt police department in the country, but they're going after the local cops. It's so backwards. They're destroying basic freedoms. So there is a lot of corruption in the justice system, but we do need the death penalty, I think.
Okay. Next is going to be Connor.
Easily. All right. So at this point, I've had this fucking debate so many goddamn times. I just want to abolish the death penalty so we can stop fucking talking about it. But if we can't do that, I actually do, on a moral principle basis, I think we should retain the right to impose the death penalty. I think that we should up the evidentiary standard to beyond a shadow of a doubt. Whenever I have this debate, people often act like this is some kind of impossible standard that we couldn't possibly understand the definition of it. And I've explained it multiple times. I feel like people are being willfully obtuse whenever I do explain it. Kyle Rittenhouse is the perfect example. Not that it wasn't a self-defense case, but there's video evidence of the person perpetrating the crime. There's multiple witnesses. There's a confession. There's physical evidence. There's, cell phone footage. There's corroborative witnesses. There's all this shit that stacks up to this motherfucker did it. Same thing with Dashkar Sarnaev, particularly. He planned it. He had digital stuff. He, planned it with his brother. They have digital records. They have forensic records. They have a confession. He doesn't feel bad for the crime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are these evidentiary standards that you could meet where if you exceeded that threshold, you would not be killing the wrong person. So moving from beyond a reasonable doubt to beyond a shadow of a doubt in death penalty cases, if you don't exceed that standard, then they just get, life with, no parole or whatever. I also think that we should up the standard of the crimes that death penalty cases are specifically applied for. I would reserve them for heinous crimes, particularly infanticide, serial killing, mass shooting, and terrorism. I think that in order for the state to put you down, kind of similarly to someone would euthanize a dog that had caused damage, the crime itself has to be particularly grievous. And then just to save some research time for Lumi Roo, part of the reason why the death penalty is so expensive in the United States is because of administrative costs for appeals. If you had a court case that was beyond a shadow of a doubt provable, you could probably cut down on the processing time, and as a result, the time, and for all those, like, we need specific chemicals in order to euthanize people. No, we don't. Let's just get a shitload of fucking heroin and fucking give people heroin. I don't care if they have a good way out or a bad way out. Fucking just get them the fuck out of here. So I'll leave it there. Yield.
Okay, and for the final intro, it's going to go to Brant.
Yeah, 2 quick points, objective and subjective. Objective, I would never argue what another state chooses through voting with their constituency and what their legislatures adopt as what are, imposable crimes or something that is punishable by death. Subjectively speaking, I would not vote in favor of a death penalty. And if I was sitting on a jury, I probably could not cast that vote. So that's just the long and short of it. I'm very, very held to my libertarian beliefs, and I would, like I said, I would never impose on a community that has nothing to do with me and what their laws are and how they're written and interpreted.
Okay, now it is open dialogue. Looks like Riley wants to start us off. So, okay, Riley.
Cool. All right, so I'm gonna ask a question now, Connor. You might be able to answer this question. I just want to see what Hake says because I'm super curious about what he's going to say. So can I ask him this question and then have you refrain for a second just to see what he says? Cool. Hey, so you said that you want the death penalty, but you want to make sure that we have it in cases where we can be absolutely sure that someone has committed a crime. That's what you said, right?
Yep.
Cool. How do we do that?
How do we make sure that the person is absolutely the person who committed the crime?
No, Connor, I was asking I want Hake to answer that question.
Okay.
Because I think he might have, but I want to hear what because Hake seemed very confident that you can be able to absolutely determine when someone has committed a crime. So I want to see what he had in his mind when he was saying that.
I was nodding my head in total agreement when he said beyond a shadow of a doubt. I haven't thought through how you deter the ins and outs of how you determine that there's absolutely no doubt. But when I think of examples, he mentioned some of the examples, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev and that guy who shot up the Batman theater shooting. That guy is still alive today. He should be gone long ago.
Okay, but what rules
that's an example of. I just told you I don't know. I haven't thought that through, but I don't know what you want from me. But those are 2 cases where it's quite clear.
Well, I mean, because my issue with having the death penalty is that when we cannot be absolutely sure that someone has committed a crime, then it seems incredibly risky since we cannot take this back as a punishment to issue it. Even in cases where we're really, really sure, we have a lot of examples also where we were really, really sure, and then it turned out that we were wrong after. So I want to make sure that we don't have those cases where even when we're really, really sure, but still wrong, that we kill people. So I just want to know what you would do to make sure that we do not kill innocent people, even when we're pretty sure that they committed a crime, but we're actually wrong.
I have another question as well to add to that. Hake, you said that you wanted justice to be both swift and beyond a shadow of a doubt. Well, the problem is if it's swift, then it's harder. It's much less likely to be beyond a shadow of a doubt. You mentioned Dylan Roof, actually. One of Dylan Roof's things was that he was appealing for a while because he tried to say he had schizophrenia when he did it. So that would have taken time. So I just wonder how justice can be both swift and without shadow of a doubt. Maybe you haven't thought that through.
We put logical men in charge, and we don't allow silly defenses like what you just mentioned. Insanity defense. Insanity is not a defense. So you put men of logic back in charge.
Wait, you're a man of logic, right? Can you tell me what you would do? You're a man of logic, right? Tell me what you would do.
What do you mean? What would I do?
You said we need to put men in logic in charge so that we know how to avoid these kind of circumstances. You're a man of logic, so tell us what we should do.
Well, I will say a lot of these circumstances, there's a lot of claims that people have been innocent and they actually aren't. So we don't go along with people who are illogical, emotional, intellectual, because the law field has been filled with people who aren't about actual justice or truth. They're about sleazy, snaky, skirting the law and technicalities and stuff.
Yeah, but she asked you what would a man of logic do, and you just said we should not be illogical.
Right?
Is that all you're offering? That we should just we get swift and we get swift justice beyond a shadow of a doubt. But you're the logical one. You tell us what's the difference? Like, how do you make it more logical?
You don't allow these appeals processes because these appeals processes aren't about a doubt on the case. Sometimes the case is quite clear, no matter how long or short you take with it. The case is clear.
Wait, do you know what those are
You're just
for?
trying to undercut plain truth.
Well, yeah, appeals are about making sure that you don't make a mistake at the trial level. That's what they're for. They're to make sure we don't make a mistake. So why are they bad?
Have you seen some of the ridiculous, endless appeals? Appeal of insanity and all that stuff?
You can only appeal like twice or three times. You can appeal to circuit court level and then to the state Supreme Court and maybe the Supreme Court.
And they drag on. And people are on death row for years and years.
To make sure they did
it's not to make sure that that we don't make a mistake. It's to feel sorry for them. Loner Box just gave an example of Dylan Roof saying, "Oh, I was insane."
Well, it's just because you brought up Dylan Roof, but people have been exonerated.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
Mr.
okay,
Roof,
but
now?
people have been exonerated after years of being on death row, though. That's why it's there. It's because sometimes it takes years for the proper evidence to surface and for that to be switched over. So how would you avoid that happening if you wanted justice to be swift? How would you know every time if you're...
When there's no doubt. When there's no doubt.
There's no doubt.
How do you make sure there's no doubt if you've gotten rid of the appeals?
I think we can probably move on.
Can I make a side statement really quick?
Undercut stuff when people know when somebody is guilty.
Yeah, I on my subjective as well, I would add as a side note that a lot of what goes into my decision making outside of my own opinion is I really feel like for both parties in concern, even if the defendant is has no remorse at all, and the state maybe even it feels like their case is ironclad, right? You're talking about having a logical person that's in charge and clarity and transparency and swiftness and all that stuff. I really feel like the death penalty is an easy way out for both parties. I really feel like it is. It's a way for the state to just absolve themselves. Okay, we got rid of the bad guy. We did this, right? And it closes the door on like what some of the left have said in this chat that eventually it's not going to be zero sum on getting it always right all the time. I feel like
it could be though.
When we get to the egregious crimes, we put them in jail for life. We put them in we and every now and then maybe every 5-10 years we give them the ability to have the case looked at again. That gives a chance we stop repeat offenders, which is something that we haven't really talked about, and we also make sure that the door is slightly open, that if the person is innocent, we can make right in the situation. Maybe not fully in repairing, but reconciliation. And that's a side point I want to make sure I make clear.
A man of logic will wait and see. You saw a whole lot of emotional people forming a lynch.
Can I ask a question? A clarifying question, quick?
I mean, against Kyle Rittenhouse.
Quick clarifying question. You said a man of logic. Does it have to be a man?
Yes.
Okay.
It should be a man, I think.
Okay.
Because the emotional people will not. They will make a mistake. They'll cave to pressure. They can't handle the pressure. You see it all the time. There's nobody on this panel has any doubt about Dylan Roof, Zokhar Tsarnaev, or the other guy that I think CounterPoints mentioned.
Yeah.
Does sexism exist?
No.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. CounterPoints. I was curious. Are you taking when you go for that like without a shadow of doubt? Are you using multiple of those methods, like like video? Okay, because I think that my concern. Sorry, I'm echoing in someone, and it's.
I believe it takes.
Oh, okay. That may be. Because the video evidence is getting more and more easy to fabricate. And we know that confessions have been made under pressure, that they can also be, I don't know if I want to use the term fabricated, but coerced. And then I might be wrong on this, and I'm curious, you would probably know more, and maybe I have this information wrong, but I heard that it's the case that genetic information is actually more likely to be used to be proving the person innocent than guilty, but I may have that incorrect. Is that true?
Well, I was going to say, like, so basically what we're talking about is we're talking about a time and a technology shift within the past 50 years. Investigative and conviction measures have not been stagnant for the past 40 or 50 years. And realistically, what we've been able to achieve technologically is amazing as far as evidentiary standard. I think that, like, what you said is true. But chances are, because what it's true is we had those beyond a reasonable doubt cases where it wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt, and they used DNA evidence for specific things related to the case that were alleged to have occurred with the perpetrator, and then they used DNA in order to exonerate that person. So that person was the rapist, or they were the murderer, and they had the murder weapon, and they did the murder, but when they actually did the DNA swab of the murder weapon, or the rape kit, or anything like that, whatever DNA evidence they had, it ended up exonerating the person who was convicted of that crime. But this is not something that hasn't improved with time, and this is kind of like my frustration. I know I'm in a room with like super smart fucking people, but like my frustration is like there are these cases that like do exist. Dylan Roof is not contesting whether or not he committed the crime. He did the crime. He murdered like a dozen people in cold blood. And if he was captured by some like terroristic ideology and he's of sound mind, I think he should have the death penalty. Doshkar Tsarnaev, same thing. I'm trying to think of other examples, but there's also like, I don't want to get too graphic because this is Twitch, but at the same time, like there are some serial killing and torture cases that would like make you lose your mind with how graphic they can be. And there's just some of those people that I would reserve this right for. I have set a super high bar, and I don't care that I'm on the losing side, by the way. 30 years from now, if I'm just a fucking old fogey with like outmoded ideas about criminal justice and you guys fucking win the goddamn culture war, fuck it. I don't give a shit. We won't put people to death anymore. But what I would say is that if we're going to maintain this institution, it should serve a purpose. And the criticisms that you bring up of the death penalty as it exists now are very real. We should not put somebody to death unless we 100% know it's them based off of multitudes of evidence. And we should only do it for the most of extreme crimes. And that's what I've narrowed my argument to. I don't defend the system as it exists right now.
Yeah. You could do that. I mean, you could do that relatively easily. You could simply pass a statute that says the death penalty is only applied if you have video evidence. You must have at least 5 eyewitnesses. He must have a confession. You must have all those things. Like you can easily just pass the statute. You could even do something that says you have to have 2 different jury trials and both juries have to be completely unanimous. I mean, you could go on and on with different like ways to do it.
Well, hold on. I think I understand what you're saying, Connor. The problem is that like as we're seeing more and more so nowadays, the evidence that we think is ironclad can also still have problems, right? Like for example, like deep fake videos are becoming better and better by the day.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a risk that like, oh, well, we all treat like this kind of evidence as like ironclad. Well, I mean, like there's increasingly getting to be a higher chance. However large or small that chance is, there is a higher chance that even that could be fabricated, right? And there are like better like pieces of evidence you can appeal to. but I am concerned about the idea of thinking that like, oh, there's some evidence that we know to be ironclad, because that was the same logic that we had back when we first discovered forensic evidence. And then we discovered later on a bunch of issues where we accidentally did sentence a bunch of people to death off of the evidence that we thought was super ironclad at the time, but then it came out later that there were issues, right? Like, I want to make sure that we're not like repeating those same historical issues.
But wouldn't you agree with me that like forensics and technology and like even data forensics and all that kind of stuff is like it's a different world than 1985, right? Like I mean, I hope we could at least land there. And then of course it wouldn't be based off of like a solo factor. So if you had a video and that's all you had, and it was like a security cam that was given to you by a party who had a motive, you wouldn't use that as the only data point in order to secure a death penalty investigation. You would absolutely basically use like corroborative eyewitnesses and DNA and like all that kind of shit. And like, and by the way, the default goes to the in my hypothetical scenario, the default goes to the defendant. Like you said, you can't put somebody to death that you don't have 100% certainty that they're the ones who committed the crime, because then you don't have the chance to exonerate them in the future. So you know, that's where if you were like, oh well, we had one video, turns out it was digitally manipulated. Well, guess what? That motherfucker doesn't get put down. You know.
I mean, like I understand the intuition, but even like, I don't know, like there's some pieces of evidence that you're talking about, like for example, like eyewitness testimony. So this is something, all right, we're talking about like things that law students are taught in like their first year of law school. One of the first things that we're taught in evidence is that eyewitness testimony is sometimes like the worst evidence you can rely on, right? Because people like, as like an example, we don't have to like go through this, but like, you know, the example that like law professors will commonly use is on the first day to ask people to recall exactly what they had for lunch exactly 1 week ago from today. If you ask most people, they can probably at best like guesstimate based on their typical behaviors, and they're going to struggle to come up with very precise kinds of information. But this is what we ask people to do in the legal field all the time. Now, that's not usually the only type of evidence that we use in these kinds of cases, but like I just caution that we're appealing to this idea that like, oh yeah, there's this evidence that's like super ironclad and we know it's going to be the best, but we can't really say that until we know later on down the line when we discover problems, right? Like there are probably issues with the evidence we're currently relying on that we can't anticipate until later on when they're discovered, you know? Like if we knew them now, we wouldn't use it.
Sure. And like obviously the system always gets fucking dialed in, right? Like, you know, we always figure this shit out. So if we were talking about, and here's the thing, it's like, I know you're not being intentionally obtuse. It's other people in previous conversations who have been frustrating. To act like there aren't like examples of this is frustrating to me, because there are criminal examples of folks who have confessed to the crimes. We know that they did it. They're of sound mind. We have DNA evidence. We have digital forensics. We have eyewitness testimony. We have all of these things. So while it might be rare, that's actually kind of my point. I only want it to be applied in rare circumstance. I want it to be applied in these niche whatevers. And like again, like I don't have like a massive stake if it doesn't seem like I'm getting fucking triggered, just because if y'all win, like fuck it, we just don't put people to death anymore. But I will be a little bit fucking pissy. This is actually one of the things that like kind of does make me want to hold on to this. It might be an emotional argument, but there was the Oslo bomber, the guy in Norway, Breivik or whatever. He killed like 100 fucking people, including teenagers. He basically walked around slaughtering them like cattle. He set off a bomb downtown as a distraction, rounded up what was the Democrats of fucking Norway and their fucking teenage kids, and walked around executing all of them. I think he killed like 110 people. He had the gall, after committing this heinous crime, because Norway does not have the death penalty, to say that it was poor conditions in the prison because all he had access to as far as video games is fucking PlayStation 2 console. Now, I don't know whether or not they gave him a fucking PS5, but I can guarantee you that if I was the fucking warden of that prison and Anders Breivik, the dude who indisputably murdered 110 people, including fucking teenagers, came to me bitching about his fucking video game system, I would have no problems taking him on a fucking camping trip to the fucking Everglades. All right. So that's what I'm fucking saying is there are absolutely cases that need like that where this would be practically applied from a legalistic standpoint.
I have a question about that.
To be clear, a better punishment would have just been giving him an Xbox. Okay, Loner, you go on.
Dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
My question.
I'm PC Master Race.
Yeah, so I can quite easily concede then that there are plenty of examples where it is like in the moment everyone knows no doubt. But then the problem is, I wonder if you're like punishing according to the threshold of the crime or the threshold of provability. So what if you've got like one murder which is very clear cut, but it was like, you know, just like a hot-blooded murder with very low chance of recidivism, versus
of course not.
a very big like torture and mass killing spree that's like, you know, got too much doubt surrounding it, and then that way like the person who did the crime that isn't as bad got the death penalty easier than the one who did a worse crime but was harder to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, so I think I specified in my opening that, like, in my hypothetical scenario, I know this is super fucking, you know, niche, but like it was like infanticide, terrorism, mass shooting, torture, murder, and serial killing. Those are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head that like would warrant capital punishment. And very specifically because it's like, it's the murder of somebody who's particularly innocent. It's the mass slaughter of people indiscriminately. It's the torturing is basically the disregard of the, I don't know, the well-being, not just a hot-blooded murder, but basically intentionally inflicting harm in order to make somebody suffer before they leave this plane of existence. All of these things are very specific. Like, I know that we get into whether or not like good or evil exists. To me, this is like maybe on an instinctive level, these are indisputably evil things that, regardless of mitigating circumstance, are just like unforgivable on a social level. And that's why I would reserve the right for these particular crimes.
But even with that, I don't think that really gets around the question then, because then say if you've got like, let's say, a cold-blooded murder of an adult versus like the cold-blooded murder of two children, then but it's the proof, the amount of proof you have for the adult is much higher. So like the adult, it's like it's the same problem in that the one who did the worst crime gets to live on death row for a lot longer because there's more doubt around their case, and then the person who's more obvious, even though the crime wasn't as bad. So I feel like it's like the punishment isn't proportionate to the crime, and I feel that isn't that supposed to be the point?
Sometimes life's not fair.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, like, why?
Default to the insured.
Why the
So but that's the criminal justice
default
system,
to the
like,
insured,
not
default to
doing
the
what it's
defendant.
supposed to be doing.
It is doing what it's supposed to be doing. There's a little bit of doubt.
Yeah. So so benefit goes to the defendant.
Yeah, so like, let me make a side point
I'm
here
not- it's
yet
just- it's just-
again.
I wonder
Can
what.
we-
Sorry.
Can we all unilaterally agree that regardless of your political standing in a position of power where you would have control over the situation we're talking about, there exists no such thing as people that 100% like Hake, you said logic. You said we need somebody who's of logic, a man in charge to make these decisions that can do the. Can we all concede the fact that what you're talking about, even though you may want that to be, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but it doesn't exist. People make mistakes. There are trip ups in the legal system all of the time. There are so many retrospective cases that there's so many that some get skimmed over and glossed over and never have enough time to actually be looked at until it's too late. So I just would like for us all to agree. Raise your hand if you agree that this perfect person, that regardless of political affiliation, that doesn't exist. That infrastructure will possibly never exist. We're humans. We're creatures of habit. We're implicitly biased. We omit things. We remember things the way we want to remember them. This is a tale as old as time. That's why I personally would vote subjectively to always keep the door open to look back and analyze cases. Maybe even if you have, let's say we've marked this person a deplorable, we've thrown them away, to go back and for psychiatric evaluations for future clients to be able to identify and maybe prevent future occurrences. There are so many things that we can do retrospectively. I can't agree that there's a perfect person that's going to get things right. Jesus was a man. Struggled with temptation.
But
I
dude,
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
we have a man of logic right here.
but
don't stop the man below you.
No, I never argued for a single person to be the fucking arbiter of the death penalty. I was arguing for a system that does not put people to death unless there's like absolute certainty about the person who committed the crime and the crime was particularly heinous. It's a much more restrictive system than what we're talking about right now. And by the way, if it doesn't seem like I've said this before, if it doesn't seem like I'm fucking triggered, it's because literally it's like, I don't give a fuck if I lose this argument. I'm just telling you what I prefer.
Yeah, I wasn't coming after you, to be honest.
All right, well,
The mind of the intellectual or the emotional person, same thing. is illogical. That's why you saw people forming a lynch mob against Rittenhouse, thinking he was guilty, when it was clearly not.
Yeah, but then why do we do anything? Why do anything? Like people are illogical.
Just because somebody isn't put to death,
Wait, Brent, we gotta. He was talking.
Sorry.
I'm gonna give him.
Sorry, I'm sorry, you asked me.
Everybody knows Dylan Roof shot up that church, and this is, you're feeling sorry for criminals, and I understand it. And you think that there's a way to rehabilitate them or whatever, but no. Sometimes you punish it so that life is clear cut. People aren't led by what's right within their heart, so they need the outside law to force them and scare them into scared straight.
There's no evidence that this is a good deterrent, though. Like the death penalty, there's not evidence to suggest that, Mr. Logical Man.
According to who?
Liberals.
It's a logical man who
To
wrote the
fucking
studies.
liberals.
Logical men don't write studies. Liberals write studies.
I would do more
Based.
to limit repeat offense.
Fucking
I would
lab
do more-
coats.
I would introduce legislation. Let's say I'm now the guy who's part of legislation, whatever state X. I would introduce legislation that would try to limit repeat offenders rather than trying to work on the death penalty side of things. I think that when you're talking about crime begatting crime, a lot of states have taken very relaxed policies, open door policies in some areas of the world, including New York, where you can commit pretty heinous crimes that other states won't put up with, but you can just walk right through a door, and now you're doing it again and again and again, and maybe you have a psychological issue. Maybe this person has like But
we're talking about the death penalty, bud. We're not talking about like San Francisco repeat shoplifting shit. Like,
well, I'm talking about. There's a guy, an anecdote I can reference. Guy haunting the subway, basically on camera with his pants down, attempting to tackle a man and penetrate the person. It's caught on camera. The person's released from jail like that night. There's
New York and California suck. Where I'm not going to disagree with you there.
But what I'm saying is that to me is a stronger thing we can point to on causation of the festering of more egregious crimes. I'm not saying all the time. I'm just saying statistically, I've looked in the FBI statistics. We've gone over them with my stream, and a lot of these particular crimes are repeat offenses. Like I said, I would concede to the right stronger first-time penalties for taking life or using a gun in a crime and things as a deterrent before I would just go straight to death penalty.
Can I talk on something that Connor said earlier?
Sure, and then we need to look at wrapping up. Sure.
Okay, I just want to follow up on that, and I guess this also goes to like what Brant was talking about too, with like the really extreme examples, right? And I understand that, and I understand that there are going to be some instances where it's going to seem very clear that someone has done something egregious and that there's enough evidence to be able to issue something like the death penalty. The issue is that right now we're talking about designing rules for an entire system of criminal implementation, right? And ultimately, the people who are going to be making decisions about what does constitute an egregious, clear act and not one are going to be human beings, right? So I feel like when you bring in that element, that to me, regardless of sometimes we're going to have the egregious examples that you are talking about, but when we leave it up to humans who are going to be susceptible to some degree of error to be able to make the differentiation between what is a clear example and what isn't, there's going to be some degree of error there, and we probably ought to prevent that from happening.
Okay.
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. I appreciate it. It's nuanced. I like it.
Okay, well, we're gonna wrap up now. I also want to say for everybody at home, I got an announcement. We have officially, and I know it's the debate everyone said was impossible to make. Destiny versus Actual Jake will be taking place on the 26th for the HippyDippy Championship. Two people who are not too friendly, but I'm very excited for that show on the 26th of this month. Now we're going to have everybody do outros. Again, I would appreciate any donos, any subs, anything that you could drop towards the channel to, again, support it and help us continue to making this program. We're going to start with outros. Not only will you give your final thoughts on the topic, but hopefully shout out your channel. A suggestion I give is that you spell out the name of your channel, because some people can spell the things wrong and they'll never find you. Just a suggestion from me. We're going to start with Lumiru.
All right. Death penalty bad. I don't think the state should have the power to kill people. I understand that there may be niche cases that you have all the evidence stacked up in a way that you are very, very certain without a shadow of doubt, but I still worry that maybe something could be missing. So I just think it's best to not have it. The only perfect logical man is a dog. Let's be clear here. And if you appreciate dogs, feel free to swing by. Are we doing like our clothing, like shout out ourselves? Okay. I'm Lumiru. I use they, them pronouns. Talk about dudes. Talk about gender. Talk about all sorts of stuff. If you like talking about dudes, gender, all sorts of stuff, intersectional feminism, and how perfect dogs are, swing by my channel. I'd love to have you there. And thank you all so much for having me here.
Cats are better anyway. But Riley. Riley's muted? Nope.
Oh wait, can y'all hear me?
Now I can hear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to reiterate my argument from the beginning that, like, the problem that we have is that in our criminal justice system, we, even when we're using the best degree of evidence, can still often have room for error in determining the outcome of certain cases. That's why we have our appeal systems. I understand the arguments that Counter was making earlier, and I want to be like respectful of them, because I think that he brings up a good point that, like, well, sometimes there's like really egregious examples, and it feels like we ought like be able to at least punish those people. And the problem I have with that, respectfully, is that even if we have those kind of cases, we want to be careful, because we're talking about designing rules for an entire system of deciding cases. And if we leave room for error in terms of letting people decide other cases, then we end up leaving it up to the average person to still decide what is a clear-cut case and what isn't. And that's kind of where, and since there's like room for error and we can't take it back, then I would still caution against allowing death penalty to persist. Yeah, I don't know. I've had fun. I've enjoyed talking with all of you. This has been fun as fuck. So yeah, my name is Riley Grace Roshong. I am the #1 Elder Scrolls Online streamer, and if you want to help me on that quest, then you can stop by and hang out. And we also like talk politics and stuff sometimes.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to Vaush.
Yeah, I think my Discord audio still sucks, but that aside, I think at the end of the day, we're just trying to post hoc legitimize a desire for retributive justice that humans seem to have. I think it's very satisfying to imagine bad people being hurt, but belting it out, Dylan. I respect that. I think that it's a desire that we have, just to see people we don't like hurt, but I worry about that argument. I mean, like, what's after that? Like, torturing people for the satisfaction of the families that they've hurt? Because that's, I mean, when people say, like, well, the death penalty is good because there's no chance of them being reformed, and we need to give satisfaction to their victims. That's kind of what you're talking about. You're taking a life for satisfaction's sake. Could you do that with things shorter than that? A finger lost, an arm? It's just odd. I just don't get the point. So
Wonderful. Maybe your mic would be working in Discord if you had better takes on video game.
shut the fuck up.
It's just terrible.
That's a low
opinion.
blow.
I mean, hey, don't you agree that men his age shouldn't be playing video games?
Damn, what the fuck? I'm playing Titanfall 2 right now. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, go after Connor, okay? Not me.
I'm triggered. Okay.
I'm hella triggered.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Children. These are not men of logic. Throwing it over to Loner Box.
True.
Yeah, I really appreciate CounterPoints coming out there at the end with kind of like what I think is probably the best argument in favor of the death penalty, which is that you think some people just deserve to die. Like, I could be, Anders Breivik, I could be sold on that. I think the only reason I don't really is just because I'm yet to be shown a system where you can do that without killing innocents, and I don't really I'm not comfortable with the idea of imposing a sentence that can't be undone. So actually, Hake, you don't have to worry. It's nothing to do like sympathy. I don't have any sympathy for Dylan Roof. It's just that once upon a time, a very wise and logical man said to me that I love all people. I'm Lonerbox, YouTuber. Like and subscribe. Fuck off.
Wonderful. Now I'm gonna throw it over to Lecture Fan.
I don't really have much more to add on the death penalty topic other than what I said at the intro, so I'll just say Lecture Fan is spelled LCTRFAN. I'm Lecture Fan on every single social media app. I stream on Twitch every night. I send out lots of tweets. Follow me on Twitter. Thanks for having me on, Dylan. Thanks for everybody for the chat. I enjoyed it.
He plays a lot of strategy games, paradox games like I do. No Hearts of Iron, sadly. Probably the worst opinion he has. And also, you can catch him on Montana Radio. I'm going to throw it over now to Hake.
You can't be soft on evil. You have to be solid with it. And if you're wishy-washy with it, that's why evil is going out of control in the country. You look at the softness you see that we're showing towards shoplifters in different communities in this country. Shoplifting is going out of control as a result. I don't think I'm for chopping off hands as they do in other cultures for theft, but we're not even putting them in jail or slavery or forced volunteer work for 1,000 hours per $10 that they steal or something. We could be making it reasonable. I don't think it's not about the death penalty is not about I don't like Dylan Roof or I don't like. It's not about revenge. It's not about you should forgive the rapist. It's another problem in society. People are holding on to grudges, and that's why they're experiencing endless trauma over and over again. Is because they're unforgiving in their hearts. Forgive the murderer, forgive the terrorist, but they have to die. We have to be dispassionate about these things, and just like CounterPoints said, no doubt for the worst of these crimes. Oh, and this is the Hake. I am the Hake Report. I am James Hake of the Hake Report, thehakereport.com, YouTube, Twitter, etc. Thanks, guys.
I saw he wrote like a little article about the topics before coming on, which I've never seen somebody do that before. Came to research. And he showed himself to be a man of logic today. And we're going to throw it over now to CounterPoints.
Well, I just got to say, Dylan, thank you for having me on because I have learned a lot tonight from all of our guests, both from the left and the right. I learned that I was straw manning the left, and I learned that on the right that we have a lot to learn about history. And, I'll revisit some of my perspectives based off the information that we heard tonight. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named CounterPoints. I do political panel shows like this all of the time. And then I also do media breakdowns. So if you're into war movies or law enforcement movies like End of Watch or Fury or Warhammer 40,000 or anything like that.
Why have we never sat down and watched a movie together, Counter?
Because you haven't invited me?
Well, why didn't you invite me?
I will invite you now. Let's watch hands. Let's digitally hold hands as bros, and let's watch a movie together. Oh, wait, hold on. Other screen, other side. Go other side.
It's the other way for me.
Oh, okay. All right, fuck it.
There we go.
All right, there we go. So,
Now I'm going to throw it over to Brant to wrap us.
Yeah, everybody, my name is Brant for Liberty, BRANT FORLIBERTY. I also have another channel, Brant for Justice, spelled the same way but with justice. I'm on all platforms: Facebook, YouTube, DLive, Twitter, Periscope, Twitch. I post all of my VODs the next day on Facebook, so if you ever want to come by, you want to see what I'm about, you want to look back what we've been covering, all the latest stuff, crowdsourced media-wise, liberty-based movements, doesn't matter if you're on the left or you're on the right, as long as it is a First Amendment-based event, we usually are supporting those. Until they get to the point of egregious crimes, that's a separate discussion. But I really appreciate the conversation with everyone. Tried to stay in the frame of logic. If you like my ideas, my opinions, or if you just want to be informed, come on over to twitch.tv, like I said, /Brant for Liberty. It was my pleasure tonight debating with everyone. I have no ill will towards anyone. I'm all about discussing the pertinence of every topic. Thank you as well, Dylan, for having me.
Happy to have you all on. You may all see yourselves out, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend and a blessed night, okay? See you all later.
All right. Appreciate y'all. Catch you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Chat. Fuck is up. That was a fucking wild one. Holy shit. All right, hold on. I'm still here, you motherfuckers. I was gonna answer questions. Why the fuck am I saying peace out and see y'all later? The chat fucking shit didn't end. Fuck y'all doing? We're answering questions, bitch. You better not fucking leave. Get that fucking WHMW and Sean Brink. You better fucking come back, you motherfuckers. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta turn on my camera and shit. Camera, turn off, properties, deactivate, activate. Let's do it. Oh, I am a super logical man. I am the most logic of men. That's what I fucking learned tonight. I learned that I have just been straw manning the left, that when Vaush was saying all the aggressive shit about cops, I have a DM from him, so I'll fucking check it. So, yeah, I'll hit him up. D Jan, if he wants to talk fucking one-on-one or whatever, I'll bullshit with him. I would have bullshitted with him for the past fucking year, dude. I would have fucking bullshitted with him for the past fucking year. And by the way, like, I might be like a little bitter because he had like endless time for dumb fucks, but you know, whatever. If we put some shots across the bow and he wants to dial his fucking shit in, then I'm fucking good. All right, so I'm scrolling to the top of my chat, and then fucking Hayes gave me an activity feed, but I can't fucking see it, so I'm gonna call him later. I'm gonna scroll through chat. I'm gonna look at CounterPoints, and if you have a question, even if you don't have any money, I'm going to answer your question. So put at CounterPoints in the chat. I will answer your question or comment or whatever. And then if you do have money, we're live on YouTube. Subscribe, like, and ring the bell and all that shit. Become a member if you got $5 to $10 a month that you want to throw towards the channel. If you don't want YouTube to get your money, well, you can also do a super chat. If you don't like Google and you don't want them to get your money, then go to patreon.com/counterpoints and become a member. We're not posting much there right now, but we're working on it. To those of you who are in chat who want me to do the more media breakdowns and more media stuff, we're working on it. But literally, my mom is in town just for the weekend, and I am, not ignoring her, but she's hanging out and playing with her fucking grandson while I'm yelling at people online for shits and gigs when I should be spending time with her. So, if you want to reward me ignoring my family financially, then patreon.com/counterpoints. I hope you can spell that. On Twitch, you can sub, because we became an affiliate recently. You can do donos and bits and all that kind of bullshit. Alternatively, there's a donate link on the Twitch website, and you can go there and just do a PayPal if you want to. I'm done shilling myself. I'm scrolling through chat. I'm going to answer every question with at CounterPoints in it, and when I catch up to y'all, I'm out. And I'm probably going to be reading pretty fucking fast because last time chat was so fucking big that I wasn't able to catch up with y'all. So let's go. I think Connor should ask the question whether or not Mao or Stalin were alive today. Should they be executed? CounterPoints example of fucking terrible people. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't think Dylan Roof and all those motherfuckers are bad enough, then I don't know what to do for you. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't. Every time that I've gotten like descriptive on Twitch, then it's been a little tough. So yeah. No, we are memeing. That's Connor approved. You are allowed to meme in the chat. As a matter of fact, I include it. Is Amanda Smash in my fucking chat? That's fucking awesome. I don't know why she's here because I think we disagree on a lot of stuff. But if she was talking shit, cool. If she wasn't talking shit, cool. Tark97, thank you for coming in. I'm just looking for at CounterPoints right now, and I'm not seeing a lot in the general chat. I'm still scrolling, so you're just going to have to forgive the silence as I'm scrolling. At CounterPoints, do you think that JLP guy is going to be back? I have no idea, because that dude is like the stereotype. Oh man, isn't this brutal? Isn't this fucking brutal? I went hard after Vaush because of like people in his audience and some of the takes that I've seen over the past like year or two that I didn't like and all that kind of stuff. And I went after him hard, and maybe I shouldn't have. I'll check my DMs in a minute. But nah, that guy is the stereotype of what conservatives are that is accurate to what Vaush thinks conservatives are. So that's terrifying. Racism doesn't exist. Sexism doesn't exist. Homophobia doesn't exist. Transphobia doesn't exist. It's all just made up bullshit. Why didn't Vaush address Connor's argument? I don't fucking know. We'll see. We'll see. I have a DM from him. Maybe his DM is, yo, stop being such a dick. But we'll see. Is Connor pandering? Pandering about what? I love the gays. Love the transes. I'm not a religious person. I'm like a Jordan Peterson religious person. So like I think that okay, so I think religion is real in that people 2,000 years ago were trying to communicate with the transcendental, and they probably did a little bit of mushrooms, and they wrote down the moral philosophy that they thought that would make humanity better, and then that became our holy books. I also think that they were right in some of their moral prescriptions, and as a result, if you follow the code that's in religious books, oftentimes your life will be better than if you didn't. I think that when you're chipping away, this is a concept called perennialism. I think that when you're chipping away at reality and you find something that's true and it's real and you hold on to it, and throughout time it continues to be true and real, then that thing is our attempt to understand God or the divine or the transcendental, and that's a philosophy called perennialism. Layman was the person who gave me a word for that concept. And so, yeah, anyways. So basically I'm a agnostic perennialist. So yeah, but I do think Christianity has a lot of really important values to propagate society. D-Gen says, Vaush seems hesitant about the conversation post-panel because of his audio, but it seems fine to me. I'd ask him to chat if you're still interested. I mean, I'm always down to chat with him. He would literally just have to tell me a time. Vaush might want to talk. At least he wanted to an hour ago. Let's reschedule it. It's fine. At CounterPoints, we've been informed by a few people that Vaush wants to talk one-on-one with you tonight. I'm sure they'd pass the message along. Okay, then we'll pass it along. Are you a logical man, Connor? Yes, I am. Death penalty was rather boring. Yeah, sorry for it not being sexy the entire night, but it is what it is. At CounterPoints, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a logical man you are? Like a 6.5, I would say. At CounterPoints, thinks he's waiting for you to hit him up. I don't know. All right, fuck, man. Y'all fucking blowing me the fuck up. Hey, if Discord isn't dead after panel, do you want to come on for 10? Can we do something more than that? I wouldn't want to try to hash for 10 and fuck it up. So, but yes, in general, I'm down. So I'll go on for 10 if he only wants to do 10. And then if he wants to set something up in the future, we can. At CounterPoints, what's happened to my dude? I thought you Vaush was excellent and I was behind you there. I wasn't, you know what, man? I went a little fucking hard, dude, but I just have like, I have all these fucking clips of him over the past year, and I understand his perspective from within his own logical frame, but I don't like it. And if he's trying to back off on some of these things, then I get it. But, like, can it be later? My Discord audio got way worse. I doubt you'd even be able to hear me. Yeah, no problem. I still appreciate you and sorry for coming hard. I think I have about a year of Vaush clips in my brain. We can hash it. And that is how I feel about him. So let's be absolutely clear. Let's be absolutely clear about how I feel about Vaush, okay? I like Vaush as a person. I think he's charming. I think he's funny. I think he's weird. He likes Warhammer 40,000. He's into fucking nerd shit. And I like him as a person. But his rhetorical stances, where it comes to modifying what his rhetoric is in order to be the most effective whatever, I think it's like a snake eating itself. I think it's something that's going to destroy itself eventually, which is why I was hesitant pretty much since Breonna Taylor and pretty much since Rittenhouse. I've been hesitant about his positions on things. So I've been a critic of his, trying to be tepid. I want to keep the relationship open, but also pretty butthurt, not going to lie. And then I was watching him maybe like year and a half ago, and he's always been like a charming and funny bastard. But there was just like a few times where he just like went hard after cops rhetorically, and I'm like, you're throwing fuel on the fire. And he has a very large audience. He's a super talented rhetorician. So him throwing fuel on the fire when it comes to a bunch of fucking young people really frustrates the piss out of me, because it's like, you have wealth, you have power, you have influence, and you're using it to kind of make the situation worse. And this is actually my criticism of some of my right-wing friends even, is what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to make society worse? Are you trying to get people to hate each other more? Are you trying to get them to kill each other? It might not be as sexy or lucrative to try to get to people to work together in order to make the world a better place, but guess what? It doesn't fucking matter. If you can pay your bills and then make it by, then that's all you fucking need. And then if you make the world a better place, then you make the world a better place. So yeah. Anyways, we'll talk in the future. He seems eager to talk, and that was not my goal, by the way. I assumed that we weren't going to do a one-on-one for a while because he's a busy man, but he's kind of known for a while that I will always talk. So Ryan at CounterPoints, I swear Twitch politics are a bunch of LARPing armchair lawyers who can only speak legalese. Thank you for being human, Connor. I'm fucking trying, dude. At CounterPoints, Vaush manifesto time. We need the timestamps. Nah, fuck you. This is it. Vaush wants to talk to you, Connor. Yeah, I just sent him a DM. I think his Discord's down, but we'll do it in the future. Well done. Think you needed receipts when attacking Vaush, though. It was obvious he was being obtuse to us, but probably not the wider audience. Yeah, it's fine. I did feel like I was out on a fucking limb. Hell, blah, blah, blah. At CounterPoints, I thought Vaush was going to just run on, but the fuck was Heck's choice to die on the hill of racism doesn't exist? I don't know, dude. Obviously, like, you want to get on the JLP show for the fucking memes, but that was some wild shit. Sexism doesn't exist, homophobia doesn't exist, racism doesn't exist. That was a new one. That was a new one for me. Let's Vaush come to chat. Oh my god, guys, I fucking get it, alright? He's in my fucking DMs, I'm in his fucking DMs. Chill the fuck out. At CounterPoints, if you want to chat debate Vaush, I'd recommend bringing quotes with context so he has time to respond with the obligatory stuff. Yeah, dude. I'm already gonna be, yeah. At CounterPoints, Vaush fan here, just wanted to say you're pretty much the most good faith centrist, and I always enjoy your combos with Vaush. Yeah, Rick Trick, sorry for fucking going after your daddy tonight. But I hope you saw, I want to be sympathetic to conservatives, I want to be sympathetic to fucking libertarians, and then they just say the wildest shit. And so while I was presenting my perspectives, and I felt like I had like a good grounding through which to debate my left-wing opponents, the right-wingers opened up and I was like, you know what? We deserve the schlacken. Like, whatever's coming down the fucking pipe towards the fucking right-wing audience, I am down for whatever's coming down the pipe. Fuck that. We deserved what we got tonight. At CounterPoints, do you think militant streamers moderate themselves once they reach a certain peak of popularity and start becoming more lucrative? I fucking hope so, to be honest. Because Vaush does have a lot of clout that could be used for good. At CounterPoints, great show, man. Glad you're around. Thanks, buddy. That's Dr. Concepts. At CounterPoints, have you seen the death penalty debate between President Sunday and Ben Burgess? It's from a lefty, but they give an argument in support of it that I've never heard before. No, that's interesting. If you want to summarize it in chat, I wouldn't argue with it. JLP is like a South Park character. That's fucking, yeah, pretty much, dude. Common cure, $10 US. I have a case for same-sex marriage that Christians can get behind. If two men are in a committed to relationship, they're less likely to be promiscuous. Pope's happy, less sin, win-win. Thoughts? Yeah. Yes. They're Christians and religious folk, you can say, ew, I don't want to be homosexual myself. Ew, transsexualism is bad. Ew, transgenderism is bad. Ew, non-binary folk. You can say that individually, but the argument has to be, if there's gay folk, leave them the fuck alone, especially if they're good people. Don't fuck with them and don't give them shit for the who they are. I have a gay couple, Mark and Dennis, up the block from me. They're in their 50s and their 60s. They're super fucking nice. I love them. They are crazy good people. They've been in a relationship for like 30 or 40 years. And then a lot of the people that I used to work with in law enforcement were lesbians. My training officer, one of my training officers while I was in boot camp or whatever, her name was Sergeant Clark. She was a fucking badass. Loved her. And then I had a supervisor whose name was Karen, and she was like 5'2", 140 pounds, fucking soaking wet, Filipina, and she was a fucking badass too. And everybody commits cringe in the eyes of God, but I love those women. And same thing in the military. I had lesbians and gay dudes who were pretty fucking badass. Silence, you idiot. At CounterPoints, been a bit of a time since I've been here. I like to chat on screen. Also, would you upgrade your CPU or the rest of your PC too? Yes, it's all upgraded. So Travis Tasegrove, you'll see him in chat on some occasions. He literally flew down from Vegas in order to upgrade the computer, so it's been awesome. I'll try to stop saying when I hear it, I fucking cringe. At Counterpoints, Libertarian, Connor, Libertarians. Don't know what that means. At Counterpoints, you absolutely should call out people for their bullshit. Thank you, Octavius, but we also have to be tactful and also have to grow and also have to help people move to the correct positions. And if you attack them, then sometimes they'll triple down on their shitty positions. Assad Vivo, at Counterpoints, what do you think about the death penalty should be reserved for just people who are too dangerous to be left alive rather than people you believe deserve it? No, because I think modern prisons are very difficult to escape. At Counterpoints, would you ever be interested in a more in-depth convo on your death penalty take? And do you have any opinions on what to do about infanticide if the killer suffered from postpartum? Of course, mental illness is going to be a mitigating factor in any case. So yeah, postpartum is obviously going to be a mitigating factor, which is why I'm making a right-wing case for universal health care. So, Tony Wooters at Counterpoints. Why is death the best way out, though, instead of forced labor or something? Fuck it. You want to send them to Siberia and have them break rocks for the rest of their lives? I'm down. That's fine. All truth is God's truth. True. Mushrooms. We're adults, sir. We take LSD on this channel. Counterpoints, by the way, the Counterpoints logo is right in the middle of the shirt. Looks awesome. When we are getting some merch rocket, I'd totally buy that. Yeah, we need to set up the website. I'm working on it. Taze is yelling at me, but basically, all right, just to give you all my fucking world saddest story, okay? I was working in a department that was overworked and well paid, but still super shitty and not quite enough to pay my bills, so I was a little bit behind. I moved to a department that is super lucrative, and I should make more money than I've ever made in my entire life, and I should be able to pay my bills. And my wife, hope for me, pray for me, cross your fingers, she might not have to work anymore. I might be able to pay the bills by myself and still have a good quality of life for my children and my wife and my house and all that kind of stuff. So pray for me in that regard. But right now, I'm transitioning between the jobs, and I am just making ends. So it's been my intent to pay Taze. It's been my intent to pay Schmeeker. He's the guy who does the timestamps. It's been my intent to reinvest back in the channel with better equipment and all that kind of stuff. And so far, we have. We bought the computer with donations that you guys gave, particularly Vici. I want to thank him. He did a lot. Samantha Banana did a lot. The Turk, he's a computer guy. He did a lot. So they all helped out, and then your individual donations and contributions have helped out a lot. So all of that being said, I have to survive the next 60 days in order for the job to become what I needed to become in order to pay my bills. After that, we're going to spread like fucking wildfire or cancer or white colonial Europeans. At Counterpoints, did you see the Sitchin Adam show on Tucker Carlson? The centrist reach is growing massively. I am so excited for them to do well. I hope they don't ever fucking sell out. I love Sitchin Adam. While I think they have a few boomer takes because I've been swimming in fucking leftist circles, I'm sure they think I have leftist takes because I've been swimming in leftist circles for so long. But their politics is pretty much what I want. And then I just want to de-boomer their arguments so they're palatable to a left-wing audience. But yeah, like disaffected liberals or center-right, whatever you want to call them, I seem to align with them a lot. I'm probably more woke than they are, but I seem to align with them a lot. Big Hop 98 at Counterpoints, the Vaush backpedaling was brilliant. The wrap-up you gave me a great chuckle. Thank you. I felt like I was out on a fucking limb, but I also felt like I was getting fucking gaslit. Like, didn't you say all this shit for the fucking past year? Don't I have like hours of footage of you saying all this fucking shit? Was it all memes? Was it all jokes? Can you hash it with Vaush on PrimeCon? Yeah, I'll fucking talk to him. You know. At Counterpoints, haha, sorry for adding to the storm. Talk to Vaush's. I'm not that invested, but I made a promise I mentioned. No, of course. He's a big channel. He's a big dude. You can hate him for his morals and his politics, but he's a charming, charismatic, rhetorically powerful person. So no hatred there. I saw like 15 of them in a row. So no harm, no foul. At Counterpoints, if you meet with Vaush, immediately pivot to Rittenhouse. Lol. Vaush is charming and loving bastard, but he's a bastard. Haha. Yeah, of course. Same thing with Destiny. I've said this to Destiny's face. He's a fucking asshole. So I love Destiny. I think he's a fucking asshole. And I love Vaush, but I think he's a fucking bastard. So AVAB, all Vaushites are bastards. So. At Counterpoints, missed the Vaush strawman thing. Can you explain? Yeah, so basically what happened was he was coming out with all these like super milquetoast takes when it came to Rittenhouse, and when there was accusations of white supremacy, it seemed like they were supporting like the academic definition, not Vaush particularly, but the leftists seemed to like retreat to the academic definition of white supremacy. And considering the amount of rhetoric from lefties on Twitter, Vaush's community, and also just like leftists in general about the Rittenhouse trial in particular, particularly the videos that came out almost immediately in the aftermath, I just feel like I have been swallowing shit from leftists that Kyle Rittenhouse is a fucking neo-Nazi who went into Kenosha in order to kill black people, and then he bit off more than he could chew, and he killed a bunch of fucking white BLM protesters, and it wasn't self-defense, and he should be fucking thrown under the jail. I feel like I've seen that narrative consistently for the better part of a year, and I'm pretty sure, especially with the early content of Vaush immediately after that, that's almost identically his position. And then for now to come a year later, and basically for him to have the same position that I have, it does feel super soft compared to the hyperbole when the incident originally came out. And so, if he was like, yeah, Connor, like I've been super hyperbolic about news stories recently. I've realized that I put a few bad things into the fucking air. As a result, like I'm gonna slow down and I'm gonna respond to things and I'm gonna try to research them a little bit more. I'd be like, all right, fuck it, cool. We're good there. But if he's like, nah, fuck you, this is all part of the game, hyperbole, and I'm just backing off for like a rhetorical perspective, then listen, I'm going to give you a little bit of shit. You get to be fucking hyperbolic in your initial stances whenever a fucking breaking news story, particularly when it comes to law enforcement, comes out. I'm going to come after you. It's that simple. It's barely personal. I like him personally. If Vaush lived in my city, I would get a beer with him routinely. I would play Warhammer 40,000 with him on weekends. But if you're going to do that kind of rhetorical, hyperbolic shit in order to make money, then I'm going to come after you. It is what it is. Diagonal Dave at CounterPoints. Have you thought of playing PlanetSide 2? Yes. Actually, I was looking at Elite Dangerous, and I was looking at Star Citizen. I'm not going to get into Star Citizen until they have a finished game, but I was thinking about doing Elite Dangerous. I will check out PlanetSide 2. Miss HippyDippy... yeah, it was good. At CounterPoints, Trap Vaush with Doomer Media. No. Chelios pronto. So for those of you who don't know, Chris Chelios is in chat. He's a coworker of Travis, and we play Halo on weekends. And there's like Stelios from American Dad, the bully. So we just sing Chelios whenever he's killing the fuck out of people. They're right. At CounterPoints, Vaush is able to think, but he's so married to his socialist ideas that he starts with his conclusion and later tries his logic his way and then moderates. Yeah. At CounterPoints, Miss HippyDippy, how'd it go? It was good. At CounterPoints, you would have been better served to argue last night that prosecutors have a duty to pursue justice and not convictions, and sometimes it's only convictions that the prosecutors see. Yeah, can y'all just give me like a little bit of latitude that I was literally going up against Destiny, who's like, fucking king, big dick fucking debater around here. And finally we found some contention so we could actually yell each other about. So obviously not everything is going to be spick and span the way that it needs to be. And for the first 30 to 40 minutes of the argument, I was playing Titanfall 2. So, I was literally doing a fucking complex movement shooter while learning the buttons, while debating Destiny. So the fact that I'm even still alive is cool. And then I feel like he was jumping around in ways that didn't make sense rhetorically, and he wasn't giving me the amount of charitability that I would have expected out of him. And he brought on Pisco, and Pisco and I are fucking oil and water, dude. And whatever. It was a weaker thing. I was out on a limb, but I still had fun. At CounterPoints, I'm seriously impressed in the restraint you demonstrated tonight. I thought you would have shredded the racism, sexism as imaginary folks apart. Did you see my face? Because these are my people. They're on my side. Fucking mind-blowing, dude. I literally, as soon as he said that shit, I was like, I'm shutting up for the fucking next 10 minutes so I can let the fucking leftists rip them to shreds. And they didn't go as aggressive as I thought they would. At CounterPoints, I think Vaush knows how he makes more money having hot takes on current affairs and rile up the LARPers. Yeah. At CounterPoints, I left because of Vaush and that other guy spouting freedom of speech, but I came back to you, Riley and Lumi. What are your feelings towards what transpired? Did you feel they were bad for the hell of it? I don't know. It wasn't that bad. First subject was not spicy enough compared to what I thought it was going to be, and then the second one was okay, and the third one was... It was chicken noodle soup and Sprite. It was just something to settle your stomach. The Reaver of Darkness at CounterPoints. New to your channel from Vaush. I like some of your points and also your fans. I may come back again someday. Please do. Please do. Connor doxing the gays. Ben14P says, do you like Jordan Peterson? Yes, I like Jordan Peterson. I know he's lost his mind and he only eats steak and, you know, he thinks that apple cider will fucking make you want to commit suicide because of the phosphates and global warming isn't a problem. I know he has some insane takes, but I think a lot of his religious stuff and philosophical and self-improvement stuff is super based. Michael Hart at Counterpoints. I think Vaush is a grifter. All he cares about is the rhetorical wins and optics for his side. He doesn't care about anything other than pushing socialism, regardless of anything else. Yeah, but for me, that wouldn't be a grifter. So that would be a rhetorician. It would be, he has a goal in mind. He's going to use rhetoric in order to achieve that goal. But then the problem is that when you don't root it in truth, people are going to tear you to shreds. So I wouldn't call that a grifter. I think he cares. I think he cares about what he believes. I think he just goes about it in a bad way. At Counterpoints, Vaush is a master of gaslighting. Well, I mean, you know, like, own your shit, right? Own your shit. All right, Vale. I want y'all to hop off the VGG hate. All right. Take your hatred for the philosophy and the politics aside. Push that aside. Vaush has what, 400K subs? He had daily views between 5 and 15K during the election season. I think he still averages between like 3 and 5K. He's charismatic. We have 140 people here in chat, which is awesome. And for a small channel, I am super thankful for you guys being here. But that is literally a factor of 10. Something like that. Factor of 100 during his peak. Yeah, he's charismatic. Fucking deal with it. Bad people, even if you don't like them, can have positive attributes. You're fake. At Counterpoints, not related. Do you think that the Libertarian will take away possible wins from Republicans by splitting the vote? No. I wish Libertarians would get their shit together. I wish Libertarian and anarcho-capitalism were not synonymous. All right, Counterpoints. I'm a lefty, but I just wanted to say I really appreciate you being there on the panels. Your point of view and how you're able to challenge people with specific examples is refreshing. Thank you. I'm trying. Is Vaush autistic? He claims to be. But he does have a high degree of social intelligence. Amanda Smash at Counterpoints. Would you abolish your system if one innocent person was put to death? I don't give a fuck anymore, Amanda Smash. I don't give a fuck. You fucking win. You handle it. You put everybody in jail for life. I'm sick of it. It's your problem now. Johnny Leoka at Counterpoints. Be honest, what's your level of VDS? Like a 3. I'd say like a 3 or a 4. At Counterpoints, with white supremacist lefties seem to be using the Mott and Bailey of swapping between Rittenhouse wearing a Klan hood to be... Yeah. Absolutely. When they say white supremacists on Twitter, what they mean is a fucking Klan hood. When they're on a fucking debate panel, what they mean is systemic racism. Super frustrating. At Counterpoints, horrible idea of mine is for you to take a peek at Escape from Tarkov, best weapon customization I've ever seen in a video game. Yeah, I don't like those like long-term survival shooters where you have to play for like 30 minutes before you get into a gunfight, but we'll see. Would you get a beer with Hassan? I would get a beer with Hassan just so we could hash our shit, but I seriously think that like on instinct, we just wouldn't like each other. So you just get that vibe where like you just feel like you would be incompatible. If I showed up and he was cool and he was less of a fucking douche, that would be fine, but he just has such shit takes. Like it's amazing. Like somebody was saying like, oh, Hassan watched the trial. You said that he didn't watch the trial, but he watched the trial. And I'm like, then how are his takes such dog shit? If he paid attention for 30 seconds, then how are his takes so fucking bad? At Counterpoints, fun topics to talk with Vaush about would be gambling and monogamy. He wants to ban gambling. He's anti. Normalizing monogamy. No, I'm good. I don't need that shit in my life. At Counterpoints, yo, so listen, there's rumors of Infinite MP dropping Monday on the 20th anniversary of Halo 1. All right. I saw you face palming every time. All right, cool. I hope you'll notice because that was fucking brutal. I think lefties need to do a better job of giving alternatives to the death penalty. Yeah, sure, whatever. Life without parole, it's fine. I don't give a fuck anymore. Amanda Smash, you fucking win, you asshole. You've exhausted me. I don't give a fuck anymore. Let all these stupid fucks rot in prison for the rest of their fucking lives. But if you give them a PS5 instead of a PS2, you and I are going to have fucking words. At Counterpoints, the Sunday Ben Burgess is hard to summarize in YT chat. Yeah. Jump into the Discord, DM me. Okay, lol, I am an abolitionist. I want to send them to Siberia to beat rocks. I'm good with that. That's worse than death. You're more cruel than I am. At Counterpoints, did you ever see Doomer Media's video on Vaush? I did. It's not that Vaush can't change, it's just that he's done some very slimy things in the past. Yeah, maybe. I hope he changes. At Counterpoints, what's a good way to get into 40K? I love minis and I'm super interested. All right. All right, chat. I'm going to do the most fucking base thing in the world. Maureen explains Stardies. Nickelodeon. You could just check this out by typing it into Google, but Counterpoints. I'm going to share it with chat because it's worth your time. All right. This was like, dude, this was so fucking long ago. April 16, 2020. What a youth. What a youth in this fucking photo. Holy shit. Go all the way down to chat. I highlighted you. We're almost caught up. So here we go. Here's my original video that exploded. It gave me like 6,000 subs when we were sub 10. It's Marine breaks down Astartes. Astartes is the best video in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. I break it down. Check out Astartes, the feature-length clip first. Go on YouTube first, not Warhammer community. Fuck them. The sound mixing in the original is better. So watch the original 13-minute clip, watch my breakdown, and then check out my lore videos. Check out Major Kill, Majorkill. He does great 40K lore videos, and then hop on the Games Workshop website and just checking out which armies you actually like. Space Marines, Necrons, and Orcs and Sisters of Battle have the most updated armies, but I also like Imperial Guard, Dark Eldar. I also like Eldar, but their models are super out of date. There are third-party creators who make better models. So, yeah. Am I going to try to make Vaush centrist? Whatever. He can be a fucking. He can be a socialist and effectively a progressive sock dem. I think that's fine. Progressive sock dems are fine. I just don't want him fucking blackpilling a generation of youths to fucking firebomb police stations. Okay, that's all I want. So Wonky Donkus, go check out my link. At Counterpoints, took a while for me to remember, but if you're into Star Citizen and space games, don't forget the X4 Foundations. That's been getting updates for the past 3 years. Sick. Love it. Yeah, I'd have a beer with Vaush, but never his son. Yeah, pretty much. Counterpoints, what's your favorite Halo? In terms of campaign, my favorite is Reach, but in terms of multiplayer, Halo 3 is. Yeah, so I like Combat Evolved multiplayer the best. We did have fun playing Halo 3 the one time that we did it, and then Reach's campaign is the best. So I'm hoping Infinite will be better than all of it. Give them a PS5, but no internet. Nice. At Counterpoints, I like how crazy guys seem to bring the panel closer together. Moderates on both sides have more in common with each other than the extreme. I love Riley Grace Rochon. I love her. She's great people. She's fucking great people. At Counterpoints, honestly, I read through that Massacre would have been too worried about the guy's health after what he did. Yeah, fuck him. Yeah, fuck that guy. But if Amanda Smash wants to supervise him while he breaks rocks in Siberia for the rest of his life on fucking low rations, I don't give a fuck. That's fine. At Counterpoints, Community Warhammer Tournament or Tabletop Simulator? I have like 3,000 points of Deathwatch. I've painted about 2,500 points of them so far. So as soon as my son has a vaccine or as soon as we're not as worried about COVID, then I'm going to start playing IRL again. At Counterpoints, would you ask Vaush about what he thinks of Washington State Governor John Ainsley? Yeah, sure. Type it in my chat when we're talking. At Counterpoints, serious question for once. If Rittenhouse is convicted, do you think this will embolden right-wingers to confront Antifa and BLM in more violent capacity? I don't know. If he's convicted, I think that might be worse. I don't know. I'll think about it. Counterpoints, dude who made Astartes officially works with Games Workshop now. Not sure if it's good or bad, though. It's bad. They stole a lot of IP off the internet. I'm pretty pissed off about it. But I just work here, bro. I don't control anything. At Counterpoints, will you ever break down the way of the gun? Yes! 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 Abso-fucking-lutely. Bum number one. If you are not fucking in the Discord, get your fucking ass in the Discord. The Way of the Gun is an excellent movie. No Country for Old Men is an excellent movie. Sicario is an excellent movie. And the weapons handling is excellent in all three. Thank you for bringing up Way of the Gun. It's something that I always forget because it's not that popular of a movie, but it is so goddamn good. Thoughts on Custodes lore? Custodes lore sucks, but Custodes models are awesome. I don't like the high-crested helmets, but if you get the Sagittarium helms, If you get the Sagittarium helms, then it's based. And there's also a third-party manufacturer called Liber Demonica, LIBERDAEMONICA. I actually want to do like an advertising deal with them eventually because they're just that good. They're a pretty small company though. So Liber Demonica makes third-party heads, and they are excellent. Pierce Weber says, "What chat does Connor look at?" I look at both because my beautiful editor, Travis, he set it up so I could see both simultaneously. Yeah. Michael Hart says, at Counterpoints, by the way, from a 20-year veteran, happy belated Veterans Day. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for being in the fucking chat. I'm not trying to date you by calling you fucking sir, but 20 years is a long fucking time to get your ass kicked. So, thank you. All right, so I'm going to give Pierce Weber like 30 seconds to ask me a question because he asked what chat that I'm taking a look at. So I'm inferring that he was like, oh, so I'll ask a question here. But I did catch up with y'all, and I do have like a family to hang out with and shit. So, by the way, would y'all be into solo content? We got like 160 people here who have hung out since the debate. That's almost more than when we had during the fucking debate. So would y'all want solo content? Literally just type in like solo. Solo or ones in chat. Don't do it ones in YouTube. Apparently they'll fucking ban you for spam. But if you want solo content, we'll just play fucking Titanfall 2 and I'll do fucking rants and shit. You know, we'll just do that. All right. I mean, these fucking names. All right. Damn. Y'all motherfuckers are crazy. You think I can fucking carry a show by myself? I mean, I think I can, but all right. Fuck it. I mean, these are all people who I know are in chat routinely. Fuck it. Apparently, we got 160 motherfuckers who all want fucking solo content, so that's fucking base. We'll start scheduling that shit. All right, so I'm gonna set expectations, and then I'm gonna get out of here. So give me a second. I have lots of questions. Spec Ops The Line. I asked, but I don't think you answered during the ad. Yeah, I want to do Spec Ops The Line specifically for that like white phosphorus scene. I haven't played the game myself, but apparently the campaign is fucking amazing. So, all right. So I'm going to set expectations real quick. I'm going to tell you how to support me, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm doing right now, and I'm going to tell you the timeline for things to get good. So number one, patreon.com/counterpoints, YouTube memberships, super chats, subscriptions on Twitch, donate link on Twitch. That's how you can support me. Also, patreon.com/counterpoints. I'll fucking type that into the chat. Patreon.com/counterpoints. Obviously, the goal is to do this full-time eventually, but I have kids and shit. I'm not a single motherfucker in my early 20s paying for an apartment. Or else I would be doing this shit full-time. But, you know, I got bills and shit and like kids and shit, so we got to get big before I can go solo. Then, when it comes to solo content, this should be the last week where you don't have media breakdowns or solo rants. I've been super busy transitioning at work, and I've overscheduled myself with like panels and debates and all that kind of shit. So that's why you haven't been getting the media breakdowns. But in the back of my head, I am in like a panic because I want to do the media breakdowns. It's only like 500 to 1,000 people who really watch them, but the 500 to 1,000 people who watch them leave like crazy long, descriptive, critical comments that I fucking love. So I want to get you that shit. And then I will do solo content since we have a decent chunk of people who want to do solo content. But, you know, it's anxiety inducing to just put your face on fucking camera and talk shit to a fucking audience for an hour or whatever. But, you know, whatever. Fuck it. You know, that's what we're here for. So that's what to expect. Give me 2 weeks. I'll get my shit together. We'll do it. And then Vaush sent me a DM saying he wanted to talk for fucking 10 minutes. I sent him like, yeah, no problem. Nah, buddy, I still appreciate you and sorry for coming hard. I think about a year Vaush did. Can it be later? Yeah. So he wants to do this shit later. So Vaush apparently wants to do shit later. So hopefully we can hash our bullshit. I would appreciate that because, again, like all I've had is him doing fucking clips for the better part of a year, and it's super fucking frustrating. So we'll see what it is. Bum number one. Go ahead and DM me on Twitter, _counterpoints_ or counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. Counterpoints, CONOR@gmail.com. I'll send you the fucking Discord link. So, yeah. All right. I appreciate y'all. Thank you kindly for coming. I hope you had some good memes, even if the arguments weren't, the strongest that I've ever had. Love you parasocially. Have an excellent night. I will catch y'all in a bit.